off with command of the fastball. He's got to do a couple things. Have good command of fastball, stay out of hitters, and try to get the Cub hitters to do something early in counts. If he can do that, he can dictate the way the ball game goes.
All right, big outing coming up for Dave Bush as he faces Dempster and the Chicago Cubs here this afternoon. There are plenty of long balls hit at the ballpark in the first 2 games of this series. We're making home runs count here this afternoon. Brian and Bill explain the Cubs and Brewers, the rubber match on the way here on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Game 3 of this 3-game series, and the Brewers are hoping to break out the big lumber here this afternoon in the final game of this set. Home runs count today, because today we are participating in the Home Run Challenge. Today, every home run in this game raises $10,500 for prostate cancer research. And you can make a pledge by calling 1-800-798-CURE or go online at pcf.org. And a big crowd filing in here at Miller Park. Hi, everybody. Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. Great to have you with us this afternoon. And, Rock, much like we did around Mother's Day with breast cancer research, today we go for prostate cancer research as we approach Father's Day.
And it brings a little bit of perspective. You know, we come out here to the ballpark every day. Day to day, we go balls and strikes are important. You know, wins and losses are important. And it's nice to have programs like this that MLB puts their weight behind for prostate cancer awareness, and it's important to get your screenings out there. 50 and over, get your screenings, and it's going to be important for the Brewers to hit some home runs today.
Well, it really hits home in the Brewers family, because bullpen coach Stan Kiles is a prostate cancer survivor. He had the surgery just recently. We had a chance to catch up with him. Here's what he had to say.
It was really, just, my doctor, being intuitive and saying, you know what, this may not be anything, but let's get this checked anyway. So it wasn't just, just having the test done or having the physical done. It was actually having your doctor, comfortable enough with you to tell you some things and try to do the things that was best for you. So, my doctor was great with me, had me to go in and see a urologist, and that's how we were able to detect it. So, That's just so key in any kind of illness or disease that you come up with. Nobody wants to go through it or have it happen to them, but the sooner you know, the better the prognosis is.
Help us raise awareness for prostate cancer research and help us enjoy the final game of the series. The Brewers can win the series with a win this afternoon. Museum. Good crowd on hand today to see the final game of the series. Lou Piniella and his Cubs winning last night by a final of 9-4, and this series is all even at 1 apiece. Lou's lineup brought to you by Subway. It's Kosuke Fukudome leading off this afternoon. Ryan Theriot and Marlon Byrd. Bird's had a big series. Chad Tracy playing third. Xavier Nady at first base. Tyler Colvin in left. Then you've got Giovanni Soto, Starlin Castro, and Ryan Dempster rounding it out.
Dave Bush making his 12th start of the season, his 13th appearance. He last pitched on June 1st at Florida. It was a good start for Bush. He 3 earned runs in 6 innings. Actually, his last 2 starts very good. Last time out was in relief at St. Louis.
Let's check the defense behind Dave Bush this afternoon. It's brought to you by Blaine's, Ryan Braun, Jim Edmonds, and Corey Hart in the outfield. The infield is McGee, Escobar, Weeks, and Fielder. And a battery of Jonathan Lucroy and Dave Bush this afternoon. So the young rookie catcher gets the call for Dave Bush, catching his first game of the series. Fukudome steps in, and we are ready for baseball here at Miller Park. Home plate umpire is Marvin Hudson. Jim Joyce, Jim Wolf, and Darrell Cousins on the bases. The crew chief is Darrell Cousins, in case we are in need of a boundary call here today or a replay call. Strike 2. 0-2 on Fukudome. Fukudome was out of the starting lineup yesterday with Randy Wolf on the mound for the Brewers. Back in there once again today. The Cubs are still without Aramis Ramirez. He's on the disabled list, was placed on the DL yesterday. So today they start Chad Tracy at third base. And Tyler Colvin gets the start in the outfield as well for Lou Piniella.
Now Lou Piniella decided to shake up his lineup just a little bit. It's been Ryan Theriot leading off for the most part, at least in the first 2 games of this series. And today he flip-flops Fukudome and Theriot. An interesting lineup as well for Ken Maka today.
As Marlon Byrd in the 3-hole today. Byrd is the National League leader in batting to start the day, as Bush bounces one in. Count evens at 2-2. Dave Bush did a terrific job out of the bullpen his last time out. That was Sunday, as Rock mentioned. He came into a bases loaded situation in St. Louis in the 6th inning and got out of the jam. Bush was not expecting to pitch. He was told to be available for bullpen work, as Fukudome, a big bouncer to Escobar, and one gone. I think Dave Bush thought, Rock, once it got past the 4th, 5th inning, that his services were no longer going to be needed, but that wasn't the case at all.
Yeah, bases loaded. Skip Schumacher at the plate. A 12-pitch at bat. He ended up striking Schumacher out. So a good job by Dave Bush in a game that the Brewers would end up winning.
An extra inning win for Milwaukee and St. Louis in the final game of that series. The Brewers had Monday off. They won the opener here behind Gallardo, and a final at-bat victory here on Tuesday night. And then the Cubs unleashing the home run fury on the Brewers yesterday. The Cubs pounded out 5 home runs in yesterday's game. Giovanni Soto and Marlon Byrd had 2 apiece, while Derek Lee connected for his 300th career home run. So a day to forget at the ballpark for Brewers fans yesterday. Theriot slices one into center field, a base hit. So a base runner for Marlon Byrd, who has been the most consistent Cubs hitter this year. And he unleashed the power bat last night. Byrd, with that unorthodox hitting style, belted home runs number 8 and 9. He also made a terrific defensive play in center field.
Yeah, he was the total package in yesterday's ball game. Location issues for Randy Wolf, getting a lot of the plate with his pitches, the fastball and the curveball, and the Cubs took advantage of it.
Runner takes off. Lucroy's throw skips in. It was in time, but Theriot is safe as the ball bounces out of Weeks' glove. The base runner and the baseball arrived at the same time on Weeks.
Now Theriot with a stolen base in last night's ball game in the 9th inning, his 13th of the year. Now, teams have been running at will against the Brewers. A pretty good throw by Jonathan Lucroy. And a ball that Ricky Weeks would probably tell you should have had. They would have had Theriot at second base.
So Theriot with his 13th steal. He is in scoring position now for Byrd. That's in the seats in right field.
Yeah, those short hops down at second base need to be handled. I mean, that was a good throw by Jonathan Lucroy. I mean, a quick release. Good strong throw, should have been handled at second base.
You know, you'd rather have a throw like that from a catcher than one that sails high and either ends up in center field or takes the second baseman or shortstop right out of the play altogether.
Plus, that's an ordinarily easy hop to handle.
Ball and a strike on Byrd. Bouncer to short. Theriot retreats. Escobar makes a play. 2 gone. Well, Dave Bush trying to exercise some demons in the first inning. It has been a problem for him in his entire career. At the beginning of the year, he pitched so well you didn't see it show up much. But lately, Bush has struggled in the first inning, and that includes his worst start of his career against the Minnesota Twins, when he managed just 1 out, gave up 7 runs in the first inning.
Yeah, 11, or I should say 17 allowed, 13 earned. You know, in the first inning. That's a lot of runs. Falling behind early, can't do that. Dave Bush is not alone in that trend. Chris Narveson struggles in the first inning. Randy Wolf gave up a couple of first inning runs in yesterday's game.
So 2 gone and a strike on Chad Tracy, not only coming up from AAA to play third base for Ramos Ramirez, but immediately goes into the cleanup spot for Lou Piniella. Pickoff play at second, and a close play just back is Terrio.
Man, nice job by Escobar keeping that ball in the infield. Very athletic play by Alcides. Check it out. The ball sails on Bush a little bit toward the left fielder and very close at second base. That throws right on the money. He's out. Good play by Escobar.
Bang, bang at the bag. That's a big spot for Chad Tracy. Says a little bit about the Cubs offense right now, even though they scored 9 runs on 12 hits yesterday. They're a team that is struggling with the bats overall. Tracy spent 26 games down in Iowa, AAA for the Cubs. Began the season with the big league club, 19 games up here, but here's a guy who has been an everyday player in the major leagues, has been a 20 home run performer in a season in the major leagues twice.
He had some good years with the Diamondbacks and found himself without a job and fighting his way back. Another left-handed bat for Lou Piniella.
He was hitting .396 in AAA in his 26 games down there. As Bush hits the outside corner, 2-2. No Derek Lee in today's lineup for the Cubs. And no Alfonso Soriano either.
Right at the bottom of the strike zone, it looked like. Could have gone either way.
Second game of the series that Soriano has not been in the starting lineup. Tracy had 5 home runs and 18 RBIs in AAA in just the 26 games. A lot of production. And you give him a lot of credit. He went down there and he swung the bat well and earned his spot back in the big leagues. .273 hitter in the major leagues this year in just 19 games. As you look at Zambrano, yesterday's winner. Tracy was with the club yesterday. We didn't see him in the ball game yesterday. Piniella had Jeff Baker starting at third base. His other left-handed hitting option at third base has been Mike Fontenot. 2-2. Almost hit him. Count goes full.
Yeah, kind of interesting that you shake up your lineup the way Piniella has with the success that they had in yesterday's ball game. Not just different players in the lineup, but shifting guys around in the batting order quite a bit. Got to give Derek Lee a day off from time to time.
Well, Derek Lee started the first 2 games of this series, but he has been nursing some hamstring issues this year. Had to be scratched from a game last week. So you can understand why Lee is out, but Soriano is a head scratcher. Piniella, as Lucroy is on his way to the mound. Piniella has wanted to get Tyler Colvin more and more playing time. He has said he has been their best outfielder, he and Marlon Byrd. He actually has 5 outfielders in his rotation. The 4 veterans, including Xavier Nady, and then the rookie Tyler Colvin. 3-2 pitch. Got him. Slow curveball. Slower than slow. A gravity ball from Bush. And a scoreless first inning. Dempster here today. Ken Maka's Subway lineup, unusual lineup today. Jim Edmonds leading off for the first time since 1999. Weeks back in the 2-hole, Fielder with very good numbers against Dempster, bats third. And then it's Braun, McGee, and Hart in the middle of the order. Maka has Lucroy, Escobar, and Bush rounding it out. A couple of rookies down at the bottom of the order against Ryan Dempster, who has dominated the Milwaukee Brewers here lately. He is 9-1 in his last 11 starts against the Brew Crew, as Edmonds sends one high in the air, left field line. That is in foul territory, and it's caught by Colvin for out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Ryan Dempster. Here's how the Cubs line up. You've seen Colvin in left, Birds in center, Fukudome in right. Good outfield today for the Cubs. Tracy, Castro, Terrio, and Nady around the horn. And Soto catches Dempster.
Yeah, like a lot of these Cubs starting pitchers, Ryan Dempster has been the victim of lack of run support. At 3.76 ERA, certainly not deserving of that 4-5 record. He's actually lost 5 of his last 6 decisions. But as you talked about, he has worn out the Brewers in his career. 13-3 career.
Facing Ricky Weeks with 1 away here in the first. Weeks back in the 2-hole once again here today. Hit second yesterday. Weeks was on base twice, had a hit, and was hit by a pitch. He was 1 for 4. Dempster with so much movement and that terrific split finger fastball. You see he has the unusual glove waggle from the windup. That is to try to get the hitters off of his scent when he changes the grip on the baseball, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yep, that split fingered grip, sometimes you dig in and you can give it away. Hitters look for those things. Guys on the bench trying to see anything that they can to determine if a pitcher is tipping his pitches, letting you know it's coming.
The 2-2 to Weeks. Outside, ball 3. Ricky Weeks yesterday hitting second for the first time since 2005. Starting a game in the second spot in the batting order. Back in there once again today. And he's able to lay off. Checks his swing, and it's ball 4. Weeks is aboard. Let's check our scouting report today from Brewers hitting coach Dale Swaim on Cubs starter Ryan Dempster.
I mean, he's going to keep the ball away for the most part. He pitches in for effect. He's got a good slider. He's got a split. His slider can act like a split. I think it separates his slider from other guys. But he's very good at keeping the ball up and in, down and away. He's a typical pitcher, but obviously with stuff too.
And what he means by effect, a lot of times he's not coming inside with his fastball for strikes necessarily, just to keep you honest. But he does want to get you out of the way with every one of his pitches.
And what really separates Ryan Dempster is how effective he can be against left-handed batting. Because of that split finger fastball, left-handers are only hitting 195 against Dempster this year. As Fielder gets into one to center field, that will stay in the ballpark. Just got under it too much. Tagging his Weeks. He's on his way to second, and he's in there with a belly flop. So Ricky tags and advances into scoring position as Fielder flies out.
And Marlon Byrd out there is a little bit upset with himself. I think he was surprised that Ricky took off to second base. He's out there with his hands on his hips, pounding his chest, saying, that's my fault. I took that one for granted, and Ricky Weeks got into scoring position. Good job by Ricky. All the way, once you see an outfielder camped under a baseball, you take off. Now, you take off about halfway, and if you see the guy making a good throw, and it's not a lazy throw, you just go back to first. But, you know, if you sense that the guy just lobbing it in there, you just keep going.
So Ricky takes advantage. He is now in scoring position for Braun. Brewers would love to strike first here today and put one on the board, especially against Dempster, who seems like, and like a lot of starting pitchers, if you can get him early, you've got a good chance. But as Dempster goes on in the ball game, he gets tougher and tougher to handle. Dempster is averaging almost 7 innings per start this year.
And even in his losses, I mean, he's lost 4 in a row this year and averaged 7 innings in all 4 of those losses. Amazing.
Braun comes in with a .305 batting average. Numbers are dropping a little bit for Braun. It's a bit of a slump. When Braun slumps, it's a little different than most players. Braun has so much speed, he can usually leg out a few to continue to get his hits. He's also a threat to bunt at times. Casey McGee waits on deck.
And you're not going to see him bunt in these situations. He'll go up there and bunt maybe when the Brewers need base runners late in the game or to lead off an inning. But when there's a man in scoring position, forget it.
Ryan is 0 for 7 on the homestand. His batting average still good enough for 10th in the league at .305. Marlon Byrd is the league leader. He's hitting .321. Ball and 2 strikes. And Braun pops it up. Starlin Castro is back. The Cubs shortstop makes a catch, and the inning is over. Off and running here in Milwaukee at Miller Park. We head to the second.
Game by voting up 25 times at Brewers.com. Vote early and vote often. Vote today at Brewers.com.
Still filing in Miller Park as we head to the second inning. No score here. Cubs with a hit in the first. Ryan Theriot had a single. Dave Bush pitched around it, however. Facing Xavier Nady to start the second. Nady making just his 3rd start of the year at first base. Nady was in right field yesterday. And with Derek Lee struggling a bit with the hamstring issues, and his bat has struggled as well this season. Although he did hit a home run last night. Might see Nady play a little more often at first base. Little cue shot that's foul right off the end of the bat for the second strike. Nady had Tommy John surgery on his right elbow. He wears a protective sleeve on that right elbow. Still not throwing the baseball 100%, but he is pain free. Just like a pitcher, it takes a little while to get your arm strength back. Nady with 3 homers and just 84 at-bats as he swings and misses. That curveball has been a good pitch early for Dave Bush.
Back-to-back strikeouts on the curveball. He got the left-hander Tracy and now Nady. Always important for Bush to be able to throw that pitch for strikes and keep it down in the strike zone. He's got that good downward action on it. You see the grip in that glove. And he cocks that wrist back and has that nice rotation on that pitch and keeps it on the outer half of the plate.
Well, hitters say that when Dave Bush has a good curveball going, it has that extra bump to it, almost as if it breaks up then down. Got a good sharp spinner working today, does Dave Bush, at least in the early going. Tyler Colvin, terrific young rookie. Boy, he's put together some big numbers early while playing sporadically for Pinella. They put the shift on and he bangs one right into the shift for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. And here comes Giovanni Soto. Soto has had a down season as well. He had a great start at the plate offensively, but has struggled lately until yesterday. Soto belting 2 home runs, gives him 7 for the year. 3 RBIs yesterday in that 9-4 Cubs win. And you got to be careful with this guy on the first pitch.
Yeah, and that's why David attacks him with a curveball. Look at a pretty good pitch, not called though. There are certain hitters that you know will ambush a first pitch fastball. There aren't many in the game, but Giovanni Soto is one of them.
Although Soto does swing aggressively at the plate, he does have a good eye. Usually has success early in the count. That ball's pretty well hit. Edmonds turns and runs and will run it down. He got a good jump. 1-2-3 inning for Dave Bush. The mighty Casey will lead off. We head to the bottom of the 2nd inning, and the National League RBI leader will get us started. Leaderboard as it stands today. Corey Hart still leads the club and the National League in homers. Ricky Weeks has 10, and Casey McGee in there with 9. McGee against Dempster, former teammates in Chicago for 1 month. McGee was a Cub in September of '08 before they left him off their major league roster. That's when the Brewers picked him up. And what a find McGee has been for Doug Melvin and Gord Ash in that Brewers front office. In this game today, you have the National League leader in all 3 major categories. Marlon Byrd leads the league in hitting. Cup center fielder. You've got McGee, the league leader in RBIs. And the man on deck, Corey Hart, leads the National League in home runs. The Blue Angels are in town. And they're giving the fans a show. This is going to be kind of like a Milwaukee version of Shea Stadium here.
Right. That's awesome, though.
It is.
Those planes, my goodness.
Blue Angels have an air show going on this weekend, and they've been performing maneuvers all afternoon. So we might have, occasional stoppages of play, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
Bouncer back to Dempster. 1 out. Carsoup.com email. The booth question comes from Ryan in Green Bay. Do you guys think hitters will catch up to the pitching this season? And will we see power numbers up where we're used to seeing them? That's been a big question this year in baseball. It has been kind of dubbed the year of the pitcher.
Well, you look at the team earned run averages these days. There are a fair amount of teams with ERAs under 4, which is kind of unusual this time of year. The San Diego Padres in the National League at 2.99. That's a heck of a team earned run average. And when you consider Marlon Byrd leading the National League in batting average, he's hitting only 321. I mean, I say only because at this point, normally you're having a guy around the 360s, 370s. Andre Ethier's up around that area. At least he was before he came off the disabled list, but doesn't qualify quite yet. 15 home runs, that's not a lot for this time of year to lead the league. We'll see. Who knows?
And Brewers fans know that while a lot of talk has been made about the pitching and how successful the pitching has been this year, that has not been the case with the Brewers this season. So you don't feel it as much here in Milwaukee covering the Brewers as you do league wide, but there are some outstanding individual pitching performances going on all across Major League Baseball. And many of the terrific pitching performances coming from young pitchers, rookie pitchers.
I don't know how these guys can stand up there in the plate and concentrate with those planes zipping by. That's scaring me.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm easily scared.
Dempster was well into his motion when the last jet flew over. And he bangs that one into center field. That is high and deep. Bird is back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. Corey Hart has done it again. Number 16. And the Brewers have a 1-0 lead. And with that home run by Corey Hart, another $10,500 has been raised to support prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 1-800-798-CURE or go online to pcf.org.
He's been amazing. It's been a lot of fun to watch Corey the last 3+ weeks. They all look the same. Every one of his home runs, high, majestic, towering shots. Some he pulls, some he takes to the opposite field. But very rarely do you see Corey hit one of those line drive bullets that scrape the back of the wall. Hits them high and they carry.
16 homers, 39 runs batted in for Hart.
Yep, fastball that once again middle in, the hot zone for Corey Hart so far this year. And when he gets it, he doesn't miss it.
Berg gave it a good effort. Came up empty. Corey Hart hit 12 homers last year, so he has surpassed those numbers by far. He is on pace to a career year in home runs, which had been 24, or still is 24 at this point.
Yeah, he's not talking about that home run pitch. He was talking about that pitch that he was watching go by when that plane went by him. It's got to be distracting. Those are some powerful machines, are they not? Those Blue Angel planes and jets.
Willie Randolph says, I know what you mean. I managed the Shea Stadium. I know exactly what you're talking about. Here comes another one. There's got to be a great view for them up there. They get to check on the game.
They can't see it very long, though. Don't blink your eyes. You'll miss it.
Jonathan Lucroy, rookie catcher.
Is it my imagination, or are they getting lower every time they go by?
They're getting lower. They're buzzing the tower, as they say.
They're trying to see how low they can get.
Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Pride of the U.S. Navy, the Blue Angels. We had a number of folks here at the ballpark who were enlisted into the Navy during a pregame ceremony on Tuesday night. Lucroy back up the middle, a base hit. Well, Lucroy with his 6th hit in the big leagues. He's now 6 for 15 at the plate. About the home run swings comparing Tuesday and today, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, identical. I mean, he is locked in right now. Look at this stiff front leg in both of those angles. You got the good turn. I mean, Dale Schwim is talking about, you know, what Corey's been doing. He's had good weight balance as the pitch approaches him, and then he has a little bit of a rock back. The foot goes up just a little bit, and he's been able to get the barrel of the bat to the baseball very quickly without a lot of extra movement.
Little bouncer to third. That is a foul ball, says home plate umpire Marvin Hudson. It's always the home plate umpire's call until it crosses the bag, and then it becomes the third base umpire's call.
Yep, unless the home plate umpire is blocked out by either the hitter or the catcher. They'll get together on that, but as a rule of thumb, yeah, the ball's got to go by the bag, and then it becomes the base umpire's call.
Well, this has been a pretty famous umpiring crew here. Jim Wolf was behind the plate for the perfect game, Dallas Braden's perfect game. Randy Wolf's brother, he's out at second today, and of course Jim Joyce is back at first, which is where he was for the Armando Galarraga near perfect game. As Escobar pops it up, one shortstop to the other, and it's the second out. Lucroy still at first, and here's Dave Bush. Dempster giving up a long ball this inning. He struggled with the home run ball this year. He's given up 13 home runs in his 13 starts. Gave up 2 homers against the Astros in his last start. Both were solo shots.
And interestingly enough, I mean, this is one of those things, you look at the stats that kind of pop out at you. Ryan Dempster has not allowed an unearned run this year. I don't know what that means, but you know, every pitcher in baseball is going to give up unearned runs, and of the 36 runs that he's given up, they've all been earned.
Let's put it this way: when an infielder or an outfielder commits an error, they know exactly what they're thinking concerning the starting pitcher. Is he going to pick me up or not?
Right.
And Dempster so far this year has picked him up a great deal. I know a lot of pitching coaches who keep the unearned run statistic.
Right.
Runs after errors.
And not that a pitcher is going to let down because if he gives up the run, it's unearned. It doesn't count on his ERA, but hey, you never know.
Well, Bush strikes out. The inning is over, but Corey Hart keeps swinging the home run bat. Number 16 for Hart. It's 1-0 Brew Crew. Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more.
Welcome back to Miller Park, where the Brewers lead the Cubs by a run thanks to Corey Hart's solo home run in the bottom of the second. I'm pleased to be joined by Brewers Vice President of Communications, Tyler Barnes. He's here to tell us about some upcoming events here at the ballpark. We're going to start off with a very special ceremony to kick off the weekend tomorrow night.
Right, the Miller Park Walk of Fame, we're going to be inducting Lou Burdett. 3 of his daughters are going to be here for the ceremony. We just invite people to come out a little early. The ceremony is going to start probably about 6:30, 6:40. So come out, hear the ceremony. You can go out on the Walk of Fame, take pictures of the plaque that was just installed, and it should be a really nice event for us.
Well, Saturday, you guys got another special giveaway to the first 10,000 fans. Tell us what fans will get once they enter the park on Saturday.
We do. We have U.S. Cellular. The first 10,000 fans get a drawstring backpack, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. So there are still some tickets left for Saturday. Good availability for Friday and Sunday, but Saturday still does have some tickets left.
Well, Sunday will end the voting process for the All-Star game here at Miller Park, but tell fans what they can do in between now and then and after Sunday's deadline.
Well, the fans the last few years have been phenomenal in getting the players elected to the All-Star game. So Sunday is the last day that you can actually vote in the stadium. You can go by the polling district, enter to win. Actually, game use prizes out there by voting. But all the way through July 1st, you can vote on Brewers.com. Vote the maximum number of times. I think it's 25 times. You're automatically entered to win a night in Ryan Braun's suite. So, you know, no purchase necessary. Just go on and vote. And really, if everybody watching the telecast today, if you vote the maximum number of times, we're going to be well represented in the All-Star game again.
Thanks for your time, Tyler. Even more reason to go vote, right?
You bet. Thanks, Telly.
All right, Brian and Bill, back up to you.
All right, Telly, thank you. Tyler Barnes. And I think it's a pretty cool deal. You get to go up and hang out in Ryan Braun's suite. I didn't even know he had a suite, but apparently he does, and it's well decked out.
All you big shots have suites, don't you?
That's right. That's right. We're in one right now, actually.
Well, you figure Ryan Braun deserves as many votes as the Brewer fans can give him. Casey McGee certainly deserves it, but he really needs the help. He's currently 4th in the voting.
Corey Hart especially.
Yeah, Corey Hart.
Dempster rolls one to Escobar. He's had a busy day today. And Dempster is retired. Let's take you back to the Jim Edmonds catch. Vintage Jim Edmonds as he lays out in center field. It is our Home Depot doing more on defense.
Yeah, you can see how shallow Edmonds plays in center field. That's because of his ability and his confidence in going back on a baseball and able to make a nice diving catch. He still is very good out there defensively.
And a whole closet full of gold gloves. Does Jim Edmonds, 8 gold gloves, including consecutive gold gloves as a Cardinal from 2000 to 2005 over a 6-year span. Second start in center field for Edmonds in the series. 2 gone for Dave Bush. Back to the top of the order, and Fukudome. Kosuke Fukudome came to the United States from the Chunichi Dragons. Fukudome has 1 year left on his contract. It's interesting that as a kid in Japan, he grew up idolizing an American who played for the Chunichi Dragons by the name of Ken Maka. Maka-san.
Yeah, Maka had good numbers over there in Japan. Had a poster of Ken Maka as a Japanese baseball player. I didn't, but they did make them. They produced them.
And Fukudome had one of those posters hanging up in his room. Ken Maka, life-size in Japan. Bouncing ball to Weeks. Nice inning for Dave Bush. 3 up and 3 down. He's given up just 1 hit. Has 3 shutouts. And we are headed to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Top of the order coming up. That means Prince due up 3rd. lead it 1-0 as Corey Hart hits one out to center field against Dempster. Back to the top of the order, and Jim Edmonds. Edmonds making a diving catch last inning. In the leadoff spot for the first time since 1999. Had to be a shock for Jim Edmonds to walk into the clubhouse today and see his name in the top spot in the lineup.
Yeah, back-to-back shockers. Greg Counsell, yesterday's leadoff hitter.
Well, Markin likes his on-base percentage. He knows he'll give a good at-bat. Edmonds' on-base percentage currently is .360. It's about 80 points higher than his batting average. Pops another one up. Second time Dempster has popped him up, and Edmonds is 0 for 2. Well, the home run hitters coming up. The Brewers with 72 home runs now. They trail only the Cincinnati Reds in the National League. The Reds have hit 73. The Reds are in progress today. They're in the 6th inning and losing to the Giants. Reds at the top of the division to start play today. As Ricky Weeks goes down the line, that is a base hit. And it'll go for extras as Weeks is on his way to second. So Weeks has been aboard twice. I think he's enjoying the 2-hole in the batting order.
Yeah, it's always nice to bat in front of Prince Fielder, that's for sure. Ricky Weeks with a base hit yesterday, on base 2 times in last night's ball game, and got a pitch out over the plate, able to hook it down the third baseline. A 1-out double for the middle of the order.
Weeks had a hit yesterday. Belts his 10th double of the year. He was robbed of a hit by Marlon Byrd yesterday. That diving catch by Byrd that made all the highlight reels. So Ricky is aboard in scoring position for Fielder. Not a bad idea. Always a photographic moment with Prince at the plate. You never know. Prince flew out to center his last time up. Deep center. Just missed one. Prince with 9 homers. He's driven in 21. He and Ricky Weeks are tied for the league lead in hit by pitches this year. Not only is he getting on with a number of walks, but he's been hit a lot as well. Pitchers know they have to come inside against Fielder to be successful.
Yeah, Prince is in the top 10 in on-base percentage. Able to get on base. On-base percentage over 400 right now at 404.
Fielder, a .321 hitter to start today against Ryan Dempster in his career. Chases one out of the strike zone. Dempster punches him out. Second out of the inning.
And follow the Brewers on your iPhone, iPod Touch, BlackBerry, and Android phone with MLB.com At Bat 2010. It features play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcasts. Visit Brewers.com today on your iPhone, your iPod Touch, Android, or BlackBerry for details. Dempster put that one right where Soto wanted it. I mean, very rarely do you see a catcher stand up like that and a pitcher able to put it right in the glove, and Prince chased it.
And that's something that Fielder has done a lot more of this year than we saw last season. I think Prince is feeling a bit of that extra burden. Not having the kind of season that he had hoped for, although his numbers across the board are not poor by any stretch. They're not Prince Fielder numbers.
Right. And we've become accustomed to Prince Fielder dominating year after year, and so far off to a slow start.
Meanwhile, Ryan Braun has had his issues on the homestand as well. He popped up to short with 2 outs and a runner at second in the first inning. Weeks standing there again here in the third. Braun drove in a pair of runs yesterday. Both were on outs. Had a sac fly and a ground out to first base yesterday to drive in his 2 runs. 1-2 the count.
Well, there's a good fastball from Dempster. It got on top of that one nicely. It had a nice sink to it as it got to Brawny. On the inside corner, ended up just a little off the inside corner.
Bernie's ready to slide. Already 1 home run here today. Corey Hart, with 1 out in the second, put the Brewers on the board. Two and 2 to Braun. Ryan Braun against Ryan Dempster, batting under 200 for his career. He is 6 for 31 at the plate, but he does have a couple of home runs among his 6 hits.
And he's been very good in run scoring situations. Ryan Braun and Casey McGee, the on deck hitter.
Strike 3 call. Dempster burns off the edge. And Braun again strands a runner at second base. Brewers come up empty in the third.
At McCarty Park in West Allis. The block party is free and is sponsored by U.S. Bank. Appearances from Brewers players, coaches, mascot Bernie Brewer, and the Clements famous racing sausages will be included in the party, as well as autographs, raffle prizes, and game-used memorabilia. Great time to get out and mingle with some of the players, guys.
I tell you, it truly is. And we tip our hat to Teddy Werner. And the block party's always a fun time, especially in the summer in Milwaukee. With the great weather this time of year, comfortable temperatures.
Hey, great crowds every time they put one of those block parties on. Lots of folks and good food, good fun, and it's always a good time when you have the Clements Racing sausages.
0-2 the count on Ryan Theriot leading off the 4th inning. Back up the middle, and that's a base hit.
It's only a matter of time for that guy against the Brewers, isn't it? He started this series 0 for 9. The last 3 at bats, base hits.
That leads us to our AT&T trivia today. Who are the 2 active pitchers with over 80 career wins and saves? Good question. Ryan Dempster, a starter turned closer turned starter again. Bush was a closer in college, not in pro ball. At Wake Forest, he was the closer, also a catcher. That's an interesting combination.
Yeah.
Catcher closer. Still has a bit of those catcher throwing tendencies, wouldn't you say? I mean, he's a bit of a short armor on the mound.
Yeah. He gets some good movement with those mechanics. There's that catcher's mentality, more better said, position player's mentality. He doesn't have that same demeanor as the other pitchers on his game day. He's more active than most. Running around in the outfield during batting practice, and a lot more involved in the pregame activities than most starting pitchers are.
Well, Dave Bush says he has no residual effects from the line drive from Hanley Ramirez last year that put him on the disabled list for a couple of months and really ended his season, even though at times he tried to pitch through it and come back from the injury. And I think that's still the lingering question. If it had lasting effects on him. His fastball has been 85, 86, 87 range this year. And we saw Bush last year prior to the injury more around the 88 to 91 mile an hour range with a fastball. Bush had a terrific start to the season. Not a lot of wins to show for it. Today, even though it's early, he's showing the best command he has had since the beginning of the year.
He's been able to keep his pitches down in the strike zone. Another starter for the Brewers that, will give up a home run or two. He's given up 9 home runs in his 58 innings coming into today's game. I mean, if you're losing velocity, it's even more imperative that you, number one, keep the ball down and find the corners. But more importantly, keep the baseball down.
Bush had a good start against the Florida Marlins in his last start, which was on the 1st of June. 6 innings and 3 runs. As Bird pops it foul, that'll head to the seats. But it was against the Marlins in June of '09 that knocked him out for the rest of the season pretty much. He was hit by a line drive on June 4th. The top of the elbow, a micro tear of his right tricep muscle. He says he has no pain and certainly doesn't use that as an excuse.
But he hasn't been the same since. Right. Let's face it. He hasn't had the velocity. His command has been a little bit different. And before that injury, he was arguably the most consistent starter for the Brewers that year.
As a matter of fact, the start before that injury, he took a no-hitter in Philadelphia against the mighty Phillies into the 8th inning. But all in all, if you take 2 starts away from Bush this year, a couple of starts where he gave up 7 earned runs apiece, his numbers aren't that bad. Obviously, you can't do that, but Bush, in the big picture, has certainly earned his way into the starting rotation. And even though he was skipped on Sunday, he gets another chance here today.
Yeah, fastball right on that corner. Tough pitch to take with 2 strikes, but Marvin Hudson rewards Marlon Byrd for it.
3-2, runner goes, and a foul tip.
It is beyond me how hitters these days can take those pitches. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible to me how you can have that good of an eye. I mean, if it did miss, it missed by maybe a half an inch. Wasn't that long ago. He's rung up. He's sitting on the bench.
Terrio likely on the move again at first base. And there he goes, and Bird fouls it back. 50 pitches for Bush as we play in the fourth. And throwing a lot of strikes. Both of the Cubs hits off the bat of Terrio. He also stole a base in that first inning. Cubs don't do a lot of running, but Terrio is the one stolen base threat they have. And there he goes again. Bird in the right field, right in the vacated spot. Terrio on his way to third, and Marlon Byrd continues to get his hits.
Now there you go. That 2-2 pitch that probably caught the outside corner, wasn't called, caused Bush not only a base hit but 3 extra pitches. Instead of 1 out and a man at first, you've got first and third, nobody out. Marlon Byrd beautifully executing the run and hit. He was running on the 3-2 pitch and finds its way into right field.
Byrd extends his hitting streak to 7 games. He's had a big road trip for the Cubs offensively, hitting well over 400 on this trip. And now first and third with nobody out against Bush. Chad Tracy is the batter. Brewers will concede the run for a double play ball. Their middle infielders playing back. Bouncer foul, and it's 0-2 on Tracy. Tracy in his first start since being promoted from AAA. Struck out his first time up against Bush. Xavier Nady will hit next. Got him. Tracy strikes out, saying he foul tipped it. But Marvin Hudson rings him up. It's a good play back there from Jonathan Lucroy.
Not good fundamentally behind home plate. You got to be able to block the ball with 2 strikes, that's for sure, particularly with a man at third. So back-to-back at bats for Chad Tracy. Goes down swinging on the Bush curveball.
Big strikeout for Dave Bush. Now a double play can get him out of the inning. His third punch out. Xavier Nady will hit for the Cubs. Well, Nady was a focus for Jim Hendry, the Cubs general manager this offseason, trying to get a little more right-handed and some thump as a right-handed bat. Nady has had 2 20 homer years. Had them back-to-back, as a matter of fact.
Got excellent opposite field power. When you talk to hitting coaches that have spent any time with Xavier Nady, he said that they will tell you that he's as good as it gets hitting home runs to right center. You got to be careful pitching him away. If you do, you have to keep it down in the zone. Up and away, he'll take it out of here.
Nady has 3 home runs, 14 driven in. And he hits that one high in the air, center field. Backing up is Edmonds. Plenty deep to get the run home. Bird's going to tag it first as well. Terrio scores. The throw to second, and it's not in time. Ricky. The ball popped out.
Well, that would have been close at home plate too. The run probably would have scored, but Marlon Byrd taking a big gamble. He gets thrown out at second base. It would have been pretty close whether Ryan Terrio crossed the plate before the out. And he would have been out at second had Ricky held on to the baseball. Another very good throw by Edmonds and out, but Ricky drops it. And little things that cost you ball games right there.
Jim Wolf ready to ring him up, but the ball squirts free.
It's got to be an error, doesn't it?
See, Ricky never really had control of the baseball in the palm of his glove. And you're right, Rock. I'm not sure Theriot scores before that out was recorded at second base. It would have been bang, bang.
That's why that's a real risky play from Marlon Byrd. Bang, bang. He would not have scored. He really wouldn't have scored. It looked like Byrd was out before Theriot crossed home plate. Big miscue out at second base.
So instead of the inning over and no runs across, the Cubs have tied it. And Tyler Colvin is up there with a runner in scoring position. 2 outs in the inning.
Not sure that's why that's not an error. I mean, Jim Wolf clearly getting ready to ring up Marlon Byrd. He was halfway through and then saw the ball fell out of the glove.
And that's twice today that Weeks has had a throw in his vicinity that he has not been able to hang on to. This one cost him a run. 1 ball, 1 strike on Colvin. Off the end of the bat, and it's 1-2. Colvin, one of the many rookies this year making a splash in the big leagues. Colvin batting .297. Has to be frustrating for Tyler Colvin. His manager has gone public to state Colvin's the one who deserves the everyday playing time, but he's a rookie. I've got veterans in the outfield that we have to have as well. So Colvin is kind of the odd man out, although he's making his second start in this series. Just missed. 2-2.
You got to be kidding me.
Two close pitches that have not gone Dave Bush's way. And now it's 3-2.
And now he's got to throw one down the middle, I guess, to get a strike call today. All right, a couple of ring ups that you would have thought Bush would have been able to get. One to Marlon Byrd and one to Tyler Colvin, but not the case.
See what he does here at 3-2. Colvin has been a clutch hitter this year for the Cubs. Marlon Byrd with good speed at second, and that is a breaking ball that misses. Slow curve. Colvin draws the walk. Bush not missing by much, but he walks his first batter of the afternoon.
The first time he's gone after a hitter with 2 strikes with that curveball and missed. Missed in off the plate. And good pitch. Good patience by Tyler Colvin.
Well, 2 on. The inning extends for Bush. Curveball strike.
Well, forced to call that one right down the middle.
Soto hit home runs number 6 and 7 here last night. Bush got him to pop up in his first time up. 2 on, 2 out for the Cubs catcher. And it's interesting that Soto has 7 homers and just 16 runs batted in this year. Gives you an idea about the Cubs on base percentage as a team. Not a lot of base runners out there for him. The rookie shortstop Castro will be next. Been a long inning for Bush. 1 run is in. 2 hits and a walk. Should be out of the inning. And it's 2-2. Ken Maka and Brad Fisher, no doubt, talking a little catching. Got him. Back to the curveball, and Bush gets out of it. A run is in on a sacrifice fly, and now Corey Hart is ready to hit. We're back second. When we come back, we have
through 3 innings has 3 Ks, but he also has given up 3 hits, and one of those was a Corey Hart solo home run in the bottom of the second, and to give the Brewers the lead. And then Xavier Nady will tie things up in the top of the 4th with a sac fly, and we're all tied at 1 apiece here at the bottom of the 4th inning, guys.
I tell you, as Casey McGee sends one to right center, a ground rule double to get us started here in the 4th. Now McGee blisters one into the gap in right center. And a base runner for the Brewers.
Yeah, first time they've had their leadoff hitter on. That was a good sign. Well, Casey continues to use right field effectively and with power. And Fukudome playing normal depth in right. Got a pitch out away from him, just drove it over Fukudome's head, one hopping into the Cubs bullpen. Gave that one a ride, hit that one well.
Second hit of the series for McGee. His first hit was a game winner on Tuesday night. And now Corey Hart.
Yeah, really not a bad pitch. I mean, it had the plate, but it was down. But you can see Casey McGee, you know, the hips are actually facing the second baseman, the belt buckle, I should say, which means if you rotate too much, you're going to be out in front. He timed that swing beautifully.
Corey Hart down 0-2 now. Nationally updated home run leaderboard. Corey Hart with 16 after his home run in the second. Pujols, Reynolds, and Scott Rowland with 14. Rowland's been a big surprise for the Reds. Playing like a young Scott Rowland back in his St. Louis Cardinal days for Cincinnati. But no bigger surprise at the top of that board than Corey Hart. Matter of fact, if you compare this time last year through 182 at-bats, which is where he is this season. Last year through 182, he had 5 homers, 19 RBIs. This year, 16 home runs, 39 runs batted in through his first 182 at-bats.
This is a down year for Corey. You know, back to what he was doing in the beginning of the 08 season.
Well, he gives a lot of credit to Dale Swaim, and we've chronicled that through our broadcast. But anytime you want to put some praise on Corey Hart, he immediately sends it over to Dale Swain, who with a keen eye found a couple of small little hitches in his swing that he corrected, and Hart has really made it work.
And every different hitter has just a little bit different focus points, something that they have to do to have that consistent swing. You know, Dale has to remember every one of them, every one of his children out there, like being a father.
Well, back in the second inning with one out, Corey Hart wasting no time, and he banged one to center field. His Powerball home run number 16 of the season. Dead central here at Miller Park. Now he has McGee at second, a 2-2 count, and that hit him. Hart is drilled, and he'll take first base as the Boo Birds come out here at Miller Park.
Oh, that was not even close, and up to a little bit too high for Corey's liking. They're trying to get in on Corey Hart, got it up, hit him around the shoulder. A bit too close for comfort right there. That was head high. That's what the looking back and forth is. What are you coming up there for? You want to come in, that's one thing, but not around the head. Thank you.
Well, 2 on against Dempster to start this fourth inning. And here comes the rookie catcher, Jonathan Lucroy.
Not necessarily a bunting situation here. You're down in the order. You've got Escobar and in the pitcher spot.
High and tight buzzes the tower of Lucroy. And that brings the fans on the edge of their seat a little bit as Soto heads out to the mound.
This is not the typical command that we've seen from Ryan Dempster. And it's not just this inning with these fastballs up and in. He just hasn't really had the command that we've seen in the past for Ryan Dempster against the Brewers. I mean, he has dominated the Brewers consistently, but it's been more of a struggle today, although he's only given up the 1 run. But that's how good he's been.
Dempster has won 9 of his last 10 decisions against Milwaukee, covering 11 starts as Lucroy fouls it away. Lucroy getting a chance to catch. Greg Zahn is out for the season. He has accepted the diagnosis to have surgery on his injured right shoulder. Greg Zahn is going to have that surgery in Cincinnati in the coming week. Yeah, that'll knock him out for the season. It might mean the end of his tenure in Milwaukee, certainly, and possibly his career. But it does open a door for Jonathan Lucroy, young catcher, 24 years of age. You know, we've mentioned, or I have anyway, that Lucroy started catching in 07. That was his first year with the Brewers. So I owe him a public apology. He was always a catcher.
I'm there too. I mean, I was saying the same, but I got the signals crossed, right?
It's not that Lucroy wasn't a catcher. As he bounces one back over the mound, Castro steps on the bag, throws to first. Wow. What a double play that was by the stylish shortstop of the Cubs.
And the tough part of that play was stopping, tagging the bag, and getting the throw to first base. Right there, able to grab the bag with the foot, and the rest is easy. An easy double play with a catcher running down to first base. And we got kind of confused with the Lucroy situation. It was actually, they were thinking about making him an outfielder or moving him from behind home plate because he was such a good hitter.
And really didn't show the kind of promise behind the plate as a college player out of Louisiana Lafayette. I had a long talk with Charlie Green today, and Charlie Green handles the minor league catching instruction, and he is very good at his job and is so impressed with Jonathan Lucroy. He feels like Lucroy can be an everyday catcher for the Brewers for a long time. And the Brewers have not developed a major league catcher since the mid-90s. You got to go all the way back to Mike Matheny in 1994 to find the last catcher that came up through the system.
Yeah.
So they're certainly encouraged.
Well, David Nilsson before him, and before him, B.J. Surhoff. Yeah, hadn't been many.
Charlie Green was telling us earlier today he actually uses Lucroy's video when he first started catching when he was signed by the Brewers. He uses it to show how far you can come with hard work. And Lucroy has turned himself into a pretty good defensive catcher. Coachable. And he's going to get his chance here in the big leagues. There's so much more to catching in the major leagues these days than maybe even in your generation. I mean, with the video technology and the scouting part of preparing for your starting pitcher.
I'm not necessarily sure that's a good thing, though. In all honesty, takes a lot of spontaneity out of the game. I mean, scouting reports and all that stuff and video is great. It's a great tool to have as long as you don't overuse it and you're overthinking yourself out there on the field. I mean, it's a game of reaction. And the more you think about things, the worse you get.
First and third for Bush with 2 outs. And it's 1 and 2 as Dempster went with a fastball.
They call it paralysis by analysis.
That's a lot for a young catcher to deal with. That's why you just don't see many catchers, rookie catchers, have a lot of success, which makes it all that much more impressive what Giovanni Soto did in 2008.
And the longer you're around, I mean, particularly if you're in one league, the longer you're around, and Soto's been in the National League for a while, you get to know these hitters.
There's a base hit. Casey McGee scores. Escobar to third, and he's safe. Dave Bush with a runner in motion delivers an RBI. And the Brewers put another run on the board. How about Dave Bush with a ribby?
The intentional walk, and Dave Bush comes up big against Ryan Dempster. Dempster making a mistake. And Bush able to fight it off into right field. Dave Bush has been in the middle of some rallies, but very rarely with a base hit. A couple of times this year he's walked in the middle of big rallies. Brewers coming up with some big runs, but able to drive and run with 2 outs.
Strong throw from Fukudome, but the speedy Escobar all the way to third. Escobar probably off on his own there with 2 strikes, but it created a hole, and Bush delivers with a base hit. So a Brewer pitcher again driving in a key run. Randy Wolf last night with a pair in the fourth. In the fourth here today, it's Dave Bush, and it's 2-1 Milwaukee. Top of the order for Edmonds. Off the end of the bat on that split finger fastball, Edmonds is retired. But Dave Bush driving in the 12th RBI for the pitching staff this year. It puts Milwaukee on top. We'll visit with Willie Randolph when we continue. Inning, Willie, with Escobar running on the pitch and Bush driving the base hit through the occupied hole. What was the thoughts behind all that?
Well, I think Mott gave him the option to go. I think we noticed at the bench that they weren't going to cover on that. Trammell gave Terrio the hold, and I think Kenny just told him just take off. He gets a shot there. I mean, he probably could have stolen any time he wanted to because he gets a good jump all the time. But Bush just hit in the right spot, really. He's been good at bat for him and hit it right in the right spot.
Willie, some interesting lineups the last couple of days. You got Edmonds leading off. You've got Weeks in the second hole. Council batting first yesterday. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, we're just trying to get something going, on the top of the lineup. Ricky's been struggling a little bit, swinging the bat a little bit better. He's not your prototypical leadoff guy, so we can get Council on there to get us some on base, and Edmonds, the guys will take a walk. So we're trying to find a combination where we can get some guys on base for the big boys and get Prince and Bronny going.
Well, Willie, you are an expert on infield play. You've had some of the best at the shortstop position. And in this series, we're seeing two great young defenders in Starlin Castro and Alcides Escobar. Your thoughts on those two?
Well, no doubt about it. Esky's been having a fine year defensively for us. We knew he would. And this kid Castro, first time seeing him, guys, but he's very similar to Escobar in a lot of ways. Very, very skilled, good range, good arm. They move around real well, very fluidly on the field. So, two young stars, and it'll be fun watching these guys for years to come.
All right, Willie, we appreciate your time today. Thanks a lot.
All right, see you later.
That's Willie Randolph, Brewers bench coach, as Castro delivers a single through the hole. Yeah, we appreciate Willie Randolph spending a little time with us. Willie just losing his father last week, so condolences with Willie, and he's back with the ball club, and that was a very tough time for him as well. So it's good to have Willie back with the team. As Castro delivers on cue with a single to start this fifth inning. Always a key inning for Dave Bush. You start to get through the batting order for the third time. Bush has pitched well. He's given up just one run. Dempster up there to bunt, and he puts down a beauty. Fielder has one play, and that's first base. 10 sacrifice bunts for Ryan Dempster. That leads the league as he advances Castro, and that leads us to our AT&T trivia. Who are the two active pitchers with over 80 career wins and saves? We'll go active now that John Smoltz is retired. Derek Lowe of the Atlanta Braves, and Ryan Dempster, of course, of the Cubs. Lowe was a closer in Boston, and then the next season won 20 games for the Red Sox.
Very rarely you can find a guy that can do both equally well.
Well, you think about guys like Dennis Eckersley, who was a starter in Cleveland, actually had a no-hitter with the Indians in '77. Turned out to be one of the great closers of all time, a Hall of Fame closer. John Smoltz might be at the top of the list for those who have done both and done it incredibly well at a Hall of Fame level in both roles.
Top of the list, that's very short to start with.
Right. Well, Dave Bush has made that conversion from the bullpen to the starting rotation, but it comes with an asterisk. He did it prior to the professional ranks. He's always been a starter, but has done both in his career. Matter of fact, his last appearance was coming out of the bullpen. Most frontline starters, a guy like Carlos Zambrano, end up in a closer's role. It was interesting this year when Lou Piniella sent Zambrano to the bullpen in a setup role, which is unprecedented. Zambrano now back in the starting rotation. He was the winner yesterday in just his second start after 13 games in the bullpen.
Yeah, Piniella just couldn't find anybody to get the baseball to Carlos Marmol in the ninth inning, but since that time, since 13 games in the bullpen for Zambrano, since he first went in there, they brought some pitchers up there that had some pretty big arms. We saw one yesterday.
Andrew Kashner starting to emerge as a top flight setup man as Bush hits the corner on Fukudome, and he doesn't like that call. That right there is about as much disagreement as you'll ever see from a Japanese player. They will not show up the umpire, very respectful of the umpires. I don't know, maybe a few years in the States, he's barking a little more.
Start firing helmets around.
Won't take him long.
Stick around a while.
Fielder gobbles it up and will beat Fukudome to the bag for the second out. Well, settling the score is one thing, but sometimes there are moments you'd want to relive purely for the glory. And let us know which of these two moments in Brewers history you'd like to see replayed. Vote online at foxsportswisconsin.com. Also join us on June 20th for Season 2 of Replay right here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. All right, 2 gone now for Terrio with a runner at third base. Bouncer, McGee knocks it down and cannot make a play. Another run will score. McGee was in tight. Terrio has not hit the ball hard today, but he has 3 hits to show for it.
Yeah, 4 hits in his last 4 at-bats against the Brewers after starting the series 0 for 9. That's why they call it a game of averages, right? I mean, 0 for 9. Now he's 4 for 13 in the series. You know, Casey got there, just couldn't get the handle on it. Probably wouldn't have been able to get Terrio anyway. Terrio runs pretty well. And the run scores.
Ties the game at 2 as Terrio drives in his 15th of the year. And here's Marlon Byrd with 2 away. Terrio takes off, pitch out. Lucroy's throw right on the bag. Guns him down. What a throw from Lucroy. Well, that is a welcome sight as a Brewer catcher guns down a would-be base stealer. Inning is over at second base. 1 run is in as Lucroy picks up a caught stealing. Games. Odds are you'll like them. And by Airtran. Go. There's nothing stopping you. Dempster back on the mound. We are at Miller Park in Milwaukee. All even at 2 here. Cubs have just tied it. Infield hit by Ryan Terrio. Scoring Starlin Castro, who started the inning with a single. But Jonathan Lucroy throws out his first big league base runner, his first caught stealing of his career.
Well, you can see that stolen base attempt coming a mile away. And good job by the Brewers to call the pitch out and easy out at second base to end that inning. Every time Ryan Theriot gets on base, he's thinking about running. And that was a obvious steal situation for the Cubs.
Well, let's take you back to the pitch out, and there's some technique involved in a pitch out.
Yeah, what you want to do, you want to slide out. You'd like to be able to stay as low as you can, and you don't have any more time to make the throw, but you clear yourself. You're able to take a couple of steps more towards second base as that ball gets to you. But it's important not to clear home plate early, because if you go too early, it's a balk. Very rarely called, but to the letter of the rules, you've got to be in that catcher's box until the ball is released by the pitcher.
Now, while the batter's box is governed strictly, the catcher's box, not so much.
No.
But that's why you see the 3 boxes around the dirt circle.
And it's important for the pitcher to get a little bit quicker in his delivery and put something on the baseball. A lot of times young kids think when they call a pitch out, they have a lot more time to make the throw. You don't. The advantage of a pitch out, you don't have to worry about the hitter swinging the bat. Plus, you can get your momentum towards second base much quicker because you're not worrying about, the hitter hitting your glove with the bat. And that's interference.
Now, one of the areas, as we talked to Charlie Green today, that he was so impressed with Lucroy's development, and they really developed him quickly as a catcher into a good defensive catcher, is he's been able to throw out base runners at a high mark since he started. Now, a guy who had some issues in his setup and his throwing and his blocking coming out of college. But Lucroy, at worst, has thrown out 41% of would-be base stealers in a season. That's his worst mark, and that was last year. That's still very good. Lucroy in 07 threw out 43% of the base runners. In 08 threw out 51% in the Florida State League, and then last year in AA threw out 41%. Those are big numbers.
Yeah, I mean, numbers right now, you don't know what is considered to be good. It used to be 33%. If you're throwing out 1 out of every 3, you're considered to have a pretty good ratio, but that's way down this year. And I'm not quite sure why. I think it's, pitchers might not be so concerned with base runners as, the power game in baseball has taken over. There hasn't been the emphasis on the running game. And I think the fact that only your really good base stealers are stealing bases these days, which is why they've always been tough to throw out. That's why the percentages have gone down.
Ball and a strike on Prince. That one's outside. 2-1 to count.
You're in the big leagues. You're expected to throw out that middle of the road base stealer. The guy that doesn't steal a whole lot. The Ricky Hendersons and Willie Wilsons, you don't expect to throw those guys out. They're going to get their stolen bases. It's those other guys that you can't allow to have run on them.
Now, we know where your first major league hit ranks. That's a keepsake. How about your first caught stealing? What does that rank on a big league player's mind? I mean, do you remember yours?
For me, very low, because I don't remember.
Still waiting on one.
I'm still waiting for it.
Now, Lucroy is now 1 for 3 throwing out base runners. As Fielder takes a ball.
But the way stats are, I'm sure somebody's grinding right now in the truck. And if my percentage is bad, I better not see it on the monitor.
Note to truck from analyst. Don't be threatening the truck.
No.
Cue balls don't like that.
No.
Fielder takes a ball just off the plate. Fielder walks begrudgingly. And it's first and second with nobody out to start the 5th.
Yeah, today's time of the game winner is Larry's Chicken Inn in Endeavor, Wisconsin. That's just north of Portage. It's not too far from here. Larry's Chicken Inn. I like it. What's that, hee-haw? If the Tavern Contact calls the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a 2010 Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
You know those two have been to Larry's Chicken Inn.
They must have a great T-shirt hanging somewhere, right?
Gotta get one of those.
Yeah.
Now here's Braun now with 2 on, and Braun into right at Fukudome. Weeks will not test the arm of Fukudome. And so Braun's struggles continue. 1 gone here in the 5th inning. unable to advance the runners, and here comes Casey McGee.
Yeah, Bronny's had a number of men in scoring position in this series. All 3 at bats today. Well, you go into stretches like that. You know, you get guys on, you can't drive them in. Even when you hit the ball right on the nose like you just did, it's right at somebody.
So here's McGee now at 2 on, 1 away. McGee doubled his last time up. Well, Braun has had 14 base runners in this series. He's delivered 2 of them for runs. And Ryan now 0 for his last 10 at the plate. Usually as Braun and Fielder go, the Brewers offense goes. But with McGee having a huge year and Corey Hart banging out home runs at a record pace, they've been able to cover a little bit. And they'll have another chance to do it here in the 5th inning.
Well, the top of the order has been doing a good job in this series getting on base like we talked about. Whether it's Counsell and Weeks, today Edmonds and Weeks. Ken Maka trying to find his on-base percentage hitters. The hitters with high on-base percentage, as Willie Randolph was talking about, in front of Prince and Ryan.
Two runs in on Dempster. Brewers got one in the 2nd on the Hart home run, and then Dave Bush drove in the other one. 2-2 ball game here at the bottom of the 5th, and Dempster staying away from McGee. That same scouting report that Dale Swaim gave us to start the game, knowing that Dempster tries to get you out away, that's the scouting report passed along to his hitters as well. McGee is a very good opposite field hitter, and he proved that with a double into right center his last time up. So a batter more than capable of handling the outside pitch. A bouncer, got a chance for 2 here. Terriel throws to first. The return, now Fielder's in a rundown. Weeks stops, and now he's coming home. Now Ricky's in a rundown. And the throw to the plate gets by Nady. Weeks scores, and the Brewers have the lead. Soto dropped the baseball.
Wow, that's good base running by Prince Fielder right there. Did not run into the out. He could have kept going. He stopped. He got in the rundown long enough for Ricky to get in the rundown. And how many throws was that? How do you write that one down in the scorebook? It's going to go down as a fielder's choice. Going to be a 4-3 put out, and your guess is as good as mine how you're going to put that one down in the book. And a fielder's choice to allow Ricky Weeks maybe an error, and either Soto or Chad Tracy to allow the run to score.
A little body language from the manager. So the return throw to Soto. Weeks was ready for a collision and trying to deliver the blow that knocked the baseball out. Soto never got the ball, and the Brewers have the lead here after all of that.
That's a good job by Prince Fielder. You can credit Prince Fielder for all that. You know, if he runs into this out, watch him actually goes back. Now he stays in the rundown. He's waving Ricky Weeks to say, hey, get a good jump and go. One throw back to Chad Tracy and a bad throw by the Cubs third baseman. That's where the error should have been, but no error charged. And a couple of errors that could have been called in this game today have not been put on the board.
The other question is, if you're Starlin Castro, do you just do all you can to get Fielder, get the out, and hope you get the out before Weeks scores?
Running back, what he did was he didn't run Fielder back far enough because he had plenty of time to get Casey at first. He just threw to first base a little bit too soon.
Ricky has never been one to shy away from contact.
Yeah, Soto in no man's land right there. He's right in front of home plate. He's trying to pick a short hop, and he is in a tough situation right there, and the Brewers get the run.
And let's be honest, Soto bracing for the collision probably cost him the out right there. Weeks ready to deliver the blow, and Soto tenses up, brings it in, and just unable to come up with the ball.
Terrible throw. Just a terrible throw from third base. Any kind of a throw to third base, and Ricky's an easy out.
Well, and after all of that, Hart is up there with a chance to drive in another run. Fielder is in scoring position with 2 outs.
That's one of the problems that I think I had. You know, back in the old days, the first thing you do as a catcher, you take the mask off when you have a play. Soto kept his mask on, and I think it made it a little bit more difficult for him to field that short hop. Couldn't see it as well.
That's a good point.
The catchers are taught these days, keep the mask on plays at the plate. You gotta understand why. You don't want a forearm to the nose.
A nice block back there by Soto. Well, I guess the putout goes 3 to 6, 2 to 5.
Oh, there's no
two
putout.
and put in air, but there's no putout.
Right.
So
it's a 4 to 3 putout and a fielder's choice, I guess,
to score the run. But you're right. If there's an error charge, it would have to belong to the third baseman Chad Tracy in that instance with the low throw. If you like to keep your scorebook tidy at home.
And no RBI, obviously, for Casey McGee.
McGee out on a 4-3 putout. And Corey Hart draws a walk. That's the 3rd walk of the inning by Ryan Dempster.
And 5th walk overall for Dempster. That is unusual. He just doesn't have the same command that he's had in his previous starts against the Brewers.
Well, a reminder that this week on Fox Saturday Baseball, Paul Konerko and the White Sox take on the Cubs, the Windy City version of Interleague Baseball. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Chevrolet returns this week at 3 p.m. Central, only on Fox. The Brewers will welcome in the Texas Rangers from the American League West. Series with the Rangers starts tomorrow. So here is Lucroy now. Singled against Dempster in the 2nd. Lucroy is 6 for 17 at the plate since being called up from AAA Nashville. Lucroy's first major league hit came in Minneapolis at Target Field. Still looking for his first big league RBI. He just threw out his first base runner in the major leagues when he gunned down Ryan Theriot in the 5th in the top of this inning. Dempster with 5 walks, 3 in this 5th inning, ties a season high. Lucroy, like Casey McGee, has a reputation of using the opposite field very well. Had an opposite field swing there, and he fouls it away. Lucroy put up some big numbers offensively. There are a lot of folks in the Brewers system encouraged about what they've seen from Jonathan Lucroy at the plate. Hit .267 last year, catching every day in Huntsville, but 9 homers and 66 driven in. By the way, Rock, R&D has delivered. Rick Ramirez says on July 19th, 1983, you threw out Wayne Tollison of the Texas Rangers, your first caught steal.
Okay. Nope, I don't remember.
See, it didn't make that kind of an impact.
I got called up, in July of '83, so I'm glad it wasn't July 19th of '85.
Yeah, you would want to go a couple of years.
Yeah.
Your first hit was against the Rangers, right?
Right. It was quick then. I threw out a guy fairly quickly.
Don Sutton was on the mound.
Right.
He held runners on pretty well. Probably gave you a nice fastball.
Yeah, might have been a pitch out. Who knows?
2-2. Luke Croy spoils one.
I mean, how do you find that information? I mean, Rick Ramirez, he's something else.
Not only does he make the best tortilla chips in the business, but he can find some of the most obscure statistics.
That's amazing. Thanks, Rick. And I appreciate you changing 1985 to 1983.
Well, Luke Croy has a battle here. Dempster now at 100 pitches. Luke Croy trying to deliver serious damage in the 5th. 2 outs. Here's the 2-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bullpen is quiet for the Cubs. Interestingly enough.
101 pitches already for Ryan Dempster in the 5th inning.
And already at 30 in the 5th. 3 walks in this inning. Brewers have a run. Full count pitch, and Luke Croy to Nady. And that's the inning. The Brewers strand 2, but Milwaukee gets a run. Cubs do not execute the rundown very well. And Weeks bangs his way to the plate with the goal. Series in the rubber match between the Cubs and the Brewers. I-94 rivalry. 3-2 Milwaukee. 6th inning. Dave Bush back out there, and he faces Marlon Byrd to lead off. Bush has been terrific today. He's given up just 2 runs. One on a sacrifice fly, the other on an infield hit. Some news concerning Jeff Suppan coming down the wire. The Brewers releasing Suppan on Monday, and Suppan has signed with the St. Louis Cardinals. So he is going to join the Cardinals in Phoenix and hopes to be activated early next week.
Now stays in division, which means if Suppan's going to be around, Brewers are going to be facing him. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, the Brewers are back in St. Louis at the beginning of July. And I would imagine Suppan will be heading into the rotation. The Cardinals have rotation issues right now. Kyle Loesch might be out for the year. He had surgery on his forearm. He's going to be out for an extended period of time regardless. And Brad Penny's been on the disabled list as well. So there was a need. Suppan had his best run of his career in St. Louis. And we'll see if a matchup is in the offing between Suppan and the Brewers. Marlon Byrd leads off this 6th inning. I've noticed they are closing up the panels in the outfield. The roof remains open, but the panels are closing up. Might cut down on some of the winds that are blowing in.
Doesn't look like rain today. High overcast skies, and cut the wind down, keep it a little bit more pleasant for the folks here at the ballpark. A little cool today, at least up here.
Little pop-up. Fielder gives it a look, and that's in the seats. Yeah, you never know. Maybe some of the hitters made a phone call. Hey, the wind's blowing in. Can't get one out of here today.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. Who makes that call, Rock? Is that our man Bob who makes that call? That's more
Bob Hallis. I don't know who actually pushes the button or who makes the call, particularly on that. I'll have to get R&D on that one too.
Where's Rick Ramirez when you need him? Boy, that one didn't miss by much. Bird draws the walk.
Hey, on Sunday, June 27th, against the Seattle Mariners, all fans in attendance will get a Cecil Cooper bobblehead, courtesy of Red Prairie. Call 414-902-4000 or go to brewers.com for tickets. Coop.
I wonder how Cecil Cooper's doing. Most recently the manager of the Houston Astros. Now back with the club, and saw him this spring. We saw him in Arizona.
Yeah. Looks good. Wants to get back in baseball.
The batter is Chad Tracy, and by the way, he was charged with an error as Ricky Weeks scored the 3rd Brewers run in the 5th inning. So E5 on Tracy's throw to the plate, which allowed the run to score, a low throw. Tracy has had a tough time with that Bush curveball. Bush has struck him out twice with the breaking ball, and Tracy unable to hold up a swing there.
And not seeing it all that well. Swinging that curveball in the dirt, so keep throwing it there. Don't mess around.
Oh, and 2 the count on Tracy. Marlon Byrd at first, and Bush trying to get him to chase a fastball. Pitcher spot for the Brewers is due up second. You know, Maka would love to get Bush through this 6th inning with the lead intact. Make his job a lot easier.
Well, a short start in yesterday's ball game. Randy Wolf only went 4 2/3. 4 relievers used. You're right. I think Ken Mock would like to get this inning and maybe one more out of Dave Bush.
Maka checking his lineup card with bench coach Willie Randolph.
Brewers do not have an off day for a while. A week. I guess that's not a while. They have Texas coming in, then it's off to Anaheim, and an off day on Thursday before they play the Rockies.
Interleague play starts tomorrow. The Brewers will have the Rangers for 3, and then they'll go to Anaheim to face the Angels. They'll also play the Twins and the Mariners here at Miller Park. Tough interleague schedule for the Brewers this year. Although the Mariners having a down season. They're in the news plenty right now. Cliff Lee, it was reported by the New York Post, is on the trading block, and it might be the Yankees who acquire Cliff Lee. If not by trade this year, then as a free agent acquisition next year. And that combination could mean a trade is expedited this season if they could get some sort of agreement to a long-term deal. As Bush strikes out Tracy again on the curveball. And with more news and notes, let's check in with Telly Hughes.
All right, BA, let's take a look around the league. We're going to start off with David Price down in Tampa Bay. He becomes the first 9-game winner in the American League after beating Toronto yesterday. Justin Masterson pitched a complete game, 2-hit shutout against Boston. That was his first career shutout of his career, actually. And then Steven Strasburg will make his second start against Cleveland. It'll be interleague play, and 3,000 more tickets were sold once that announcement came down. So looking forward to that after his brilliant major league debut.
Now that is a must-watch every time Strasburg is on the mound. I'm anxious to see him pitch. To go on the road and get that kind of bump, you got to figure a Progressive Field, they're going to continue to sell tickets at a rapid pace leading up to that start.
Yeah, maybe they should sell tickets to his side sessions too.
That might not be a bad idea. We're not too far from that day, Rock. The public bullpen session for Steven Strasburg.
Yeah, he's a good one. I mean, he had a nice start. Boy.
Nady sends one deep to left center. Back is Edmonds, and that ball is gone. Just like that, the Cubs have the lead. Xavier Nady with a 2-run home run. And it's 4-3 Chicago. Boy, the home run ball has really hurt the Brewers in this series. And with that home run, Xavier Nady, another $10,500 has been raised to support prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 1-800-798-CURE or go online at pcf.org.
Cutter that stayed in the middle part of the plate. You can see LaCroix, he wanted it on the outside corner, maybe even off the plate. Ended up outer half, and even though it didn't look as though Nady got all of it, he's strong enough to get it out of here and give the Cubs a 1-run lead.
Cubs hit 5 home runs yesterday, 3 in 1 inning against Randy Wolf. And a big home run today for the Cubs has them on top of the 6th. That third time through the batting order continues to be a nemesis inning for Dave Bush. There's a strike to Tyler Colvin.
Yeah, one of those things for a starting pitcher that, third time through, third time through, even, with the experience that Bush has against these Cubs. A lot of these Cubs have seen Dave Bush quite a bit. Trying to change up that pattern just a bit. Hitters see the baseball a little bit better third time through. And you might lose maybe a mile or two on your fastball. Your pitches aren't as sharp as you tire a bit.
Now Cameron Lowe loosening up in the bullpen. 2 outs here in the 6th inning. The bases are clean. Remember, Dave Bush's spot in the batting order is coming up second. So now that the Cubs have taken the lead, Maka will be forced to use a pinch hitter. At the same time, the Brewers offensively have had plenty of opportunities. They've scored 3 runs, but they've had a chance to kick in the door in just about every inning against Dempster.
Well, it has been every inning, except for the second where Corey Hart hit his home run. The Brewers have had at-bats with men in scoring position every inning. 1 for 9 in that category. And that one hit came off the bat of Dave Bush.
Giovanni Soto with 2 away. 0 for 2 against Bush. He struck out his last time up. Soto belting 2 homers last night. They'll ask if he went, and he's able to check his swing. Soto is aboard. Second walk of the inning issued by Bush. That's the 3rd walk of the game. And a base runner with 2 outs for Starlin Castro.
Pitch count is in relatively decent shape for Bushy when you consider 104 pitches. And Ken Maka would like Bush to do anything he can to get out of this inning so he doesn't have to waste a pitcher and or a position player. You take him out here, you're almost forced to do a double switch. You don't want to do that when you only have 4 players on the bench.
Rick Peterson on his way to the mound. Well, 2 outs for Bush. Quick visit by Peterson. And here comes Starlin Castro to come shortstop. Now Zach Braddock, the left-hander, begins to get loose. Lowe is ready to come in if need be. Could be Bush's last hitter. Piniella does have Ryan Dempster in the on-deck circle. Be interesting to see if he would hit in this scenario now that he has a 4-3 lead.
And you get Braddock up. He pitched in yesterday's ball game. He pitched the 9th. You might use Braddock for an out instead of using Cameron Lowe. Cameron Lowe more of a multi-inning reliever. The Cubs go to the bench and use Fontenot. You might see Braddock in the ball game.
Castro singled and scored in the 5th inning. Robbed of a hit by Edmonds in the 3rd. Edmonds made a diving catch on him. That one is launched. Back is Braun at the track. Does he have room? He does. Starlin Castro had a home run swing, but not enough on it. The inning is over, but Xavier Nady belts a 2-run shot. And the Cubs, with 1 swing of the bat, have a 4-3 lead.
the top of the 6th. After taking the lead in the bottom of the 5th, Xavier Nady's 2-run shot put the Cubs up 4-3, and that's where we stand right now, guys.
All right, Telly, thank you. In front of 36,363 here at Miller Park today. Biggest crowd of the series so far. And Dempster, after all of that, is on the mound again and with a lead now as he opens up the 6th inning. Dempster with 5 walks ties a season high. He's given up 3 runs. That run in the 5th inning will be unearned. Air charge to Chad Tracy. Escobar then the pitcher spot. Joe Inglet has already moved into the on-deck circle and then back to the top of the order. Number of afternoon games going on in the big leagues today. The Reds and the Giants have completed their game as Escobar sends one into left. That's playable for Tyler Colvin. 1 out. How about Cincinnati? Another final at-bat win today. They lead the major leagues in that category. They scored 3 in the bottom of the 8th to win at 7-6. Scored 3 in the 8th. They turned it over to Cordero, and he notched his 17th save of the year.
Wow.
The Reds are now 9 games over 500. Tough loss for the Giants, who are trying to keep pace with the Padres and the Dodgers. Well, that's going to do it for Dempster. So with a lefty coming up, Dempster is out. Piniella goes to his bullpen. We'll take a timeout. Way to break in a brand new glove, asked Josh in Reedsburg. Rock?
There is no quick way. You just have to use it. You don't put oil on it. You don't put anything on it. You don't tie it up with a baseball in it. I guess you could do that, but you risk really putting the ball in a spot where you don't catch it. And you have to use the glove to break it in. You know, you can buy a glove these days in the sporting goods store that's pretty much game ready. I mean, the leather is so soft these days. Tom Gorzolani making his 11th appearance. He made his first appearance out of the bullpen for the Cubs on Friday against the Brewers. Began the season in the rotation. There's 2-5.
The former Pirate will face Joe Inglet with 1 out here in the 6th inning. So Ryan Dempster is out, 5 1/3. Gives up 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned. Dempster in line for the win. Inglet pinch hitting for Dave Bush, who goes 6 innings today. Bush still has a chance to be the winner, but the Brewers need to score in this inning.
David pitched well today. It was that one mistake.
The Xavier Nady home run in the top of this frame, a 2-run homer that put the Cubs on top.
that home run is exactly what he's thinking about right now.
Bush giving up 6 hits and 4 earned runs in his 6 innings. Englert lays off a curveball, able to check his swing, and the count is even at 2-2. Joe Englert, he's done well off the bench this year for the Brewers. 9 for 25 at the plate, pinch hitting, the .360 batting average. Pops him up. Ranging over is Bird. 2 outs.
Two big areas of improvement for the Brewers offensively. Pitchers getting base hits and driving in runs, and pinch hitters. One of the things that Doug Melvin really wanted to emphasize in the offseason, getting more of a veteran bench to get some production late in the game. And he's gotten it.
Another lefty, and here's Edmonds back to the top of the order. Ground ball to short. Gorzolani gets, oh, that's thrown away. And that bounces off the railing inside the Brewers dugout. So Edmonds will be awarded second base. That is a huge error by Starlin Castro on a routine ground ball. He throws it away.
Sometimes it's that concentration, the focus, that sometimes young players will struggle with. Not as easy as it gets, and not even close. A little inexperienced by Nady over there. You wonder if Derek Lee might be able to pick that one, but not a good throw, and the inning continues for the Brewers. They'll make them pay for it.
Well, not only an error, but a 2-base error. The 8th error of the season for Castro. He's only been in the big leagues 32 days. So as flashy and dynamic as he is, he's made some errors like that. 2 errors today for the Cubs. Wendy's at the plate. Ricky Weeks has been aboard all 3 times. And suddenly, one swing of the bat, the Brewers can regain the lead. A base hit could tie it.
Well, the longer you're around and the more experience you get, you realize as a player there's no such thing as a routine play. It's only routine up here in the booth and in the stands. I mean, you got to make every play, concentrate 100% all the time, and young players have a tough time doing that. We've seen now Alcides Escobar struggle with that at times.
Well, Castro has only been in the big leagues for a little over a month. Escobar began the year as the everyday shortstop. Escobar has 9 errors this year. Castro just committing his 8th of the season. 2 balls and a strike on Weeks. 3 balls and a strike. A base open at first, but Prince Fielder is next. Does Gorzolani dare pitch around Weeks to get a lefty-lefty matchup with Fielder? And if he doesn't, Ricky should see a good pitch to hit here. From a breaking ball, and Weeks over the top of it. 3-2 the count.
Yeah, Gorzolani, remember his time with the Pirates, made a lot of starts against the Brewers, has good off-speed pitches, curveball and a slider. That was a slider that time.
Big spot right here. 4-3 Cubs. 2 outs in the 6th. Edmonds out at second base. And Weeks, is he able to check his swing? He is, says Jim Joyce. And it's first and second. And here comes the big man with 2 on and 2 out.
Well, in trouble because of an error and a walk. The Brewers able to pick up a run in the 5th inning without a base hit. It was 3 walks and an error. And now because of Starlin Castro's bad throw, Prince Fielder up there, a chance to tie the game.
Jeff Stevens getting ready, most likely for Braun if he should bat in this inning. 2 on for Prince. And another breaking ball, and it missed again. So 3 straight curveballs for Gorzolani, all out of the strike zone. Fielder against left-handers this year, .273 batting average. Slightly above his season batting average. He's also belted 3 of his 9 homers against left-handed pitching.
Well, they're deep and straight away in the outfield for Fielder. And as always, they've got the big shift on, favoring the right side in the infield. Look at Ryan Theriot.
2-0.
Oh, where's that?
3 balls, no strikes. Gorzelani.
That's a rough strike zone today, partner.
He can't believe it wasn't called. The Brewers know what he feels like.
Look at this. Where's that miss? That may be low. I don't know. Well, Marvin Hudson has been squeezing everybody today.
Soto telling Gorzelani, be careful of the 3-0 swing. Green light always in play for Prince Fielder. A .222 hitter against Gorzelani in his career. And he takes a strike. Well, if you're Gorzelani, do you go back to the breaking ball or do you try to sneak a fastball by him?
Got to be the slider here.
Hitters count 3-1. Swing and a miss at the breaking ball. 3-2.
The fastball is down the middle, the slider right down the middle. And he's got it back to even, 3-2.
Fielder swinging at ball 4. Tough to lay off. That was a good pitch by Gorzelani. Now the runners will get a head start. Cubs lead by a run. And that one's in the dirt. The bases are loaded. All set up by an error from Castro. All of this with 2 outs. Inning should have ended, but instead Gorzelani pitches with the bases loaded and Braun coming up.
Well, a 6-pitch at bat. A lot of breaking balls. Prince Fielder had the count in his favor. All of a sudden now a fastball on a 3-1 count. Catches the corner. The slider he swings and misses. Another slider off the outside corner. A good at bat for Prince. 7th walk issued by the Cubs pitching staff today.
All right, well, a double switch coming up for the Cubs. We'll set it all up as Stevens comes in from the bullpen. We'll take a break. A 2-base error, then back-to-back walks. The bases are loaded. Jeff Stevens is on the pitch, and he'll face Ryan Braun.
Now, recently called up from AAA Iowa, 9th game so far this year. He was a reliever down in AAA. He had 6 strikeouts in 7 2/3 innings. They say this kid's got a good arm, good velocity on that fastball.
Well, Ryan Braun has been at the plate with runners on all series. He'll have another shot. The double switch, by the way, is Coy Hill in for Soto. It's a rare move. You don't see many catchers go out on a double switch. Coy Hill will lead off the 7th inning. Soto is out. A new battery for Braun. 4-3 Cubs. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. An error and 2 walks with 2 outs.
And the reason you don't see double switches with a catcher now, something happens to Coy Hill. Lou Piniella doesn't have a catcher to go to. That's kind of a rare move and a risky move.
Braun has always had good numbers with the bases loaded in his career. Has 2 grand slams. Cut and a miss. Braun's just a little off at the plate.
Yeah, throwing a fastball right by Ryan. You saw that a little bit yesterday. Fastball right in his wheelhouse, ordinarily out over the plate.
Braun is hitless on the homestand so far. Look out, here comes a jet. Boy, that buckled the knees of Braun. That was like a good curveball, that Blue Angels jet flying over. Check this out. Whoa.
Man, I don't blame him.
Trying to win a ball game up here.
That's not your normal crowd noise.
Well, the last time that happened, mid at bat, Corey Hart was up. Now he didn't call time and he took a strike. The next pitch he hit it out of the ballpark. See where we're headed with this?
Yeah, and it's tough to startle Corey. Very good temperament, right?
Hitters count for Braun. Three balls and a strike. Nowhere to put Braun.
That's been all fastballs from Jeff Stevens. Most of them missing down in the strike zone.
Well, this crowd of 36,000 sensing something big about to happen. And Braun takes ball 4. A bases loaded walk, and we are tied. Edman scores. This all set up by an error with 2 outs. All even at 4. Bases still loaded, and here comes McGee.
Yeah, it's been all fastballs from Jeff Stevens so far, having a tough time finding the plate. The only strike came on a swing and a miss for Ryan Braun. Usually in his wheelhouse, up and away. And Stevens after that just couldn't find the zone. Everything down. And down and away for ball 4, and the Brewers tie the game. So back-to-back innings, the Brewers score a run without a base hit.
It's interesting. Braun has done that on 3 occasions, driving a run without a base hit in this series. As an RBI ground out, a sacrifice fly, and now a bases loaded walk. And here comes McGee. 2 grand slams himself. Hit one last year at Miller Park, had one earlier this season here at Miller Park. Brewers can take the lead here in the 6th inning. And a curveball that missed. Good play back there by Hill. And McGee is ahead of the count.
That's a good call by Coy Hill. Sometimes, a pitcher throwing one fastball after the other, just not finishing his delivery. The curveball will do that for you.
Ball to strike.
First time that's been a strike today.
Yep, you make a good point. The curveball sets up the fastball, and he's able to finally hit the strike zone. Although that was
ball looks down
on the edge.
Come on, Marvin.
6 jets fly over right during the pitch. I mean, they couldn't have timed it any worse. McGee, no chance to call timeout. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. That has to be unnerving at the plate.
Absolutely.
All right, so McGee in a hole here. McGee doubled and scored in the 4th. Bases loaded in a tie game. And down he goes on strikes. And McGee fires his bat. Inning is over. Bases left stranded. Tied at 4. The Brewers get a run on a gift. And our Miller Lite, what's on tap? The Brewers welcome in the Texas Rangers from the American League West tomorrow. Interleague play continues at Miller Park. 6:30 is airtime. Saturday note, we're on WMLW. And then Sunday, back on Fox Sports Wisconsin for a matinee to finish up the homestand. A grinder of an inning comes to a grinding halt as McGee strikes out to end the inning.
Started out with a curveball for, Coy Hill just trying to do something to finish that delivery. There was the pitch that really changed the complexity of that bat. It was that fastball down, and then Stevens able to finish Casey off with a fastball, but a marginal call on a 1-0 count. That hasn't been a strike all day long. Cameron Lowe takes over here in the top of the 7th inning. 5th appearance, outstanding work for Lowe coming up from the minor leagues.
So neither starting pitcher will factor in the decision here, Dempster nor Bush. And this one will be decided by the bullpen. Coy Hill leads off, and a strike from Cameron Lowe. Cameron Lowe has come to the big leagues and thrown a lot of strikes. He's shown great command and has been impressive for the Brewers at 6'8". Lowe will be welcoming in his old club here tomorrow, the Texas Rangers. That's where he came up and was probably most famous in Arlington for the giant boa constrictor he used to have as a pet. Used to bring to the ballpark every now and then.
Wow, he doesn't still have it now, does he?
No, had to give it up when he went to Japan last year.
A boa constrictor.
They're very peaceful, Rob.
Really?
And unless they start wrapping themselves around you.
Unless they're hungry.
If you start sensing a squeeze, then you're in trouble.
It's too late.
Yeah, too late.
You're talking about Cameron Lowe. He's done a nice job. I mean, he really stays on top of his fastball. He's had tremendous sink on it. And sometimes it almost looks like a split-fingered fastball. It's got that much depth to it.
the ladder. He jumped too soon, but it was as if he stayed elevated somehow and made the catch.
Yeah, floating in the air. Just didn't seem to want to come down. That glove just stayed up high enough to haul it in, got it in the webbing. Nicely done.
Wow, getting a lot of air, the athletic Escobar. So one gone, and back to the top of the order. Kosuke Fukudome, a legend in Japan, facing Cameron Lowe, who pitched in Japan last year. Fukudome is a former MVP in Japan. Won a batting championship twice over there. 4 times a Gold Glove winner. Cameron Lowe says his year in Japan last year really changed his approach to pitching. You know, he'd always been kind of a swing and miss strikeout pitcher, go deep in counts. It's hard to go deep in counts and get the swing and miss from Japanese hitters typically.
They're on the attack. I mean, they're up there to swing the bats. And pitchers generally throw strikes and really not looking to hit the home runs. They're more of a slap and run type, league over there in Japan. Well, they do hit home runs, but contact is the important part of the game.
And if you're Cameron Lowe and you're used to getting a lot of strikeouts, a high whiff rate, as they call it, a swing and miss guy, you might be completely through an inning before, as far as pitch count goes, and you've barely done anything. As Fukudome lines one to Braun, he's there for the out. 2 gone. Well, 2 great Milwaukee traditions are coming together to bring fun and value to this summer's lineup. For just $25, get 1 Terrace Reserve ticket to the Brewers versus the Giants series. That's July 5th through the 8th. And a Summerfest general admission ticket. Good any day, June 24th through July 4th. And a special Brewers Summerfest t-shirt. Just log on to brewers.com/Summerfest to find out more. 2 outs for Terrio. On the first pitch, lines one into right center. Corey Hart closes, and he's got it for the out. 1-2-3 inning for Cameron Lowe. Tie ball game. Hart, the National League's home run leader, will lead off when we come back.
pregame against Dempster. We want him to go deeper in the count, get more guys on base, and get the opportunities. We have had those today. Fortunate, we're still tied. We got an opportunity to score some more runs.
Corey Hart set to lead off this frame here. Our on-field instructional with youth baseball coming up after the game with Jerry, and it's fielding that infield ball. So we're working on the infield on our instructional with the kids after the ball game, Ryan.
All right, Craig, Jerry, thanks. Looking forward to that. Corey Hart down in the count, 0-2. And a curveball that skips away. Hart was not pleased with the 2-strike pitch, or the 1-strike pitch that resulted in strike 2. So all of a sudden, Marvin Hudson's kind of coming under a little fire here from both dugouts.
Yeah, plate's moving around on him after, for 5+ innings. It was a very small home plate. It's moving around a bit now.
The 1-2, and Hart takes a called strike 3, and he knew that one was in.
Yeah, that one right down the middle. Hitters will be able to adjust. You're catching, and you got a pitcher out there that can adjust to the various, strikes that an umpire will call. They're all different. As much as you say they're all the same, they're not. Once they start changing as the game goes on, that's when guys get a little bit infuriated.
Four game. Jeff Stevens struck out McGee with the bases loaded. Stevens also gave up a walk to Ryan Braun with the bases loaded, allowing the Brewers to tie it up. Lucroy 1 for 3 today. Two of the 4 Brewers runs are unearned. 2 costly errors by Chicago.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that Ryan Dempster had not given up an unearned run this year. That comes to an end.
So gave up an unearned run in the 5th on a throwing error by Tracy that allowed the Brewers' 3rd run to score and allow the Crew to take the lead at the time. I beg your pardon. Weeks scored the run to lead it, and then the run that scored on Castro's error was to tie. Cubs got a big homer in the 6th inning from Xavier Nady that put him ahead as Lucroy takes a strike. 3-1. Another one in there, and Lucroy has a double take. 3-2 the count. Rookie catcher trying to put somebody on here as Lucroy pops it up. Nady makes a catch, out number 2.
Yeah, it looked like ball 4, but you can't blame Jonathan Lucroy for swinging. You're not sure what's going to get called a strike or not. You see Lucroy looking back at Marvin Hudson. His pitch up and away, and not taking any chances with 2 strikes.
So 2 gone, and it's Alcides Escobar now. All tied at 4. Escobar hitting out of the 8th spot in the batting order. Pitcher spot is due up next. You saw Villanueva in the bullpen. And you wonder if Escobar makes the final out of this inning. Does Lowe come back out to pitch in the next inning? Craig Counsell is already in the on-deck circle.
Now you would think that he'd like to be able to send Lowe out there again because of all the relievers that were used in yesterday's game.
Well, Maka just changed his mind here. Sending Carlos Gomez out. As soon as Counsell showed up on the on-deck circle, Piniella immediately went to a left-hander in the bullpen. His setup man, Marshall. So sometimes the action and the decision making is not occurring on the field as it sits. It's between the managers, who's in the on-deck circle, who's in the bullpen.
The inning extends. You would imagine that Stevens is going to stay in the ball game to face Gomez, if in fact he's the guy that's going to hit. You never know. They might change it again.
That's the beauty of a National League game.
Right.
That's what makes it fun. This does not exist in the American League. You rarely see pinch hitters in the American League. Escobar sends one high in the air to left center field. Colvin is back at the wall. He's got it. Almost for Escobar. Instead, a long, loud out, and the inning is over. 3 up and 3 down for Stevens. Just missed it. Tonight, open up a series with the Brewers tomorrow. Good ball game here today. Cameron Lowe back on the mound. Starts the 8th inning against Marlon Byrd. 2 former Texas Rangers matching up against each other. 4-4 game of the 8th. Byrd so far today is 1 for 2. He reached on a walk his last time up, scored a run. Byrd extending his hitting streak to 7 games now. And a 2-homer game yesterday.
There's a guy that always puts the baseball in play. You know, he's got 221 at bats coming into today's game, only 7 walks and 30 strikeouts. That's not many strikeouts and hardly any walks. You can count on him swinging a bat and putting it in play.
Well, he was an enigma in Philadelphia. Hit .303 in 03 and then dropped all the way to .228 in 04. But he's come back and proven to be a quality big league hitter. That year he hit .303 was officially his rookie year, and he was up among the rookie of the year voting in 2003. Finished 4th that season. Dontrelle Willis won the rookie of the year that season. Byrd found something in Texas, though. Namely his hitting coach, Rudy Jaramillo. Arrived to Texas in 07. Bounces one to third. That's a foul ball. Foul ball called by Darryl Cousins.
You never know when a player is going to just find it. I mean, it may be, a hitting coach. It may be something that you do in the off season. Maybe it's the playing time. You never know. But sometimes it takes some hitters, some pitchers a little bit longer to develop that consistency. You never know quite sure what that is. That's why organizations really try to, give a lot of chances to their players that they feel have a lot of potential.
Well, Bird had never hit more than 10 home runs in a season until last year with the Rangers. And a 20 home run season drove an 89, both career highs for him. Sent him into the free agent pool as a much talked about outfield free agent, and the Cubs ended up signing him. And he delivers with a base hit. Just squirts one over the head of fielder. So Bird on with his second hit of the game.
That's what we're talking about, that contact. I mean, a breaking ball from Cameron Lowe stayed up in the zone on a 2-2 pitch. Bird didn't hit it very well off the end of the bat, but able to get enough of it to get it into the right field. As opposed to taking a big swing and trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark, just trying to lay the bat on the ball and ends up with a base hit. It's a good approach.
Here's Chad Tracy now. He has struck out all 3 times at the plate in his first start since being called up from AAA yesterday. A bouncer to second, got a chance for 2. Weeks bobbles, throws to first, and gets the out at first base. Ricky has had a rough day defensively, but he does get an out. Unfortunately, the Cubs have the go-ahead run in scoring position.
And not sure that was going to be a double play anyway. I think Ricky was trying to be a little bit too quick. He lost the handle, but fortunately for the Brewers, able to get the out at first base. Man, got the yips out there today. That's the 3rd time.
Yep. All right, so Tracy is out. Bird at second, and here comes Rick Peterson from the Brewers dugout. Talk a little strategy here with Xavier Nady.
And not only do you have a man in scoring position for the couple of power hitters coming up, you take away that potential double play with a ground ball pitcher on the mound.
Remember, the Cubs have their pitcher spot in the batting order after Colvin. So that might have something to do with the strategy moving forward here. But right now, Lowe against Nady with Colvin on deck and a base open at first. Nady hit the home run that put the Cubs on top in the 6th.
Yeah, the problem for the Brewers is that Lou Piniella has some pretty good sticks on that bench. Mike Fontenot, a left-hander, 3 righties, Soriano, Derek Lee, and Jeff Baker.
Nady has 3 of the 4 runs driven in today for Chicago. And it's 2-0. Starting to look like the conversation between Peterson and Lowe is to be careful to Nady and perhaps deal with Colvin and a chance at a double play to get out of it. Nady has not chased out of the strike zone here. Two and one. Came right back in there with a fastball.
Zach Braddock up once again in that bullpen for the Brewers. Perhaps to face Tyler Colvin. You don't know. It depends on perhaps what happens here.
And Villanueva has been throwing. He's ready as well. Effective against left-handed hitters also. 2 balls and a strike. Nady fouls it away. So Lowe comes right back at him with fastballs and has even the count at 2-2.
One thing you want to make sure of here, you don't want to make a mistake with that slider the way he did with Marlon Byrd. A 2-2 pitch, he threw Byrd a slider, left it up. Byrd ended up with the base hit.
Go ahead to run at second. And a breaking ball that just missed. Full count.
Well, Jonathan Lucroy didn't help the cause right here. Didn't catch it very well. That looked like a good pitch the way that dropped. And once again, Marvin Hudson does not call it. But Lucroy has got to catch it a little bit better than that.
Nady pops it foul. That's headed for the seats. Came back with a breaking ball.
Well, sometimes when an umpire's back there and he's trying to be still and he sees the catcher, move a little bit too much or inordinate amount of movement, and it's going to cause him to call a pitch a ball instead of a strike. If they don't see a ball that well, they're going to call it a ball.
Another 3-2 coming from Cameron Lowe. Walked him. So Nady draws the walk. First and second now with one away. All right, so the double play opportunity is there. Lowe will not be around to see it. With the left-handed batter coming up, Ken Maka makes the call to the bullpen. And here comes the hard-throwing Zach Braddock. So Maka will play matchup. 4-4 game here in the 8th inning. We'll take a timeout. And second, and the hard-throwing left-hander Zach Braddock is on the pitch. His 7th appearance for the Brewers.
Well, he pitched in yesterday's game. He pitched the 9th inning, gave up a run. There was an error involved in that run scoring. He's thrown 4 scoreless appearances so far this year. That's why you see that 6.43 ERA. Gave up 4 runs in one of those outings against the Mets, but 9 strikeouts in 7 innings. He needs one right now.
A lot of walks in this game on both sides. Brewers pitchers have issued 5 walks, while Cubs pitchers have issued 8 walks. No, instead of Tyler Colvin, it's going to be Jeff Baker. So Piniella with a deep bench goes to his right-handed bat. Braddock against Baker. 2 on and 1 away. And that's a move that really comes down to who Maka feels more comfortable with. Braddock against Baker or Cameron Lowe against Tyler Colvin.
Yeah, Tyler Colvin far and away the guy that plays a lot more, and he's been much more effective. Baker more of a part-time player.
Baker did start yesterday and had 3 hits. Swing and a miss. Braddock puts a fastball by him.
That 92 miles an hour in on his hands, all set up by that first pitch slider for a strike. Key to Braddock's success is command of that slider.
Go ahead run at second for the Cubs. 2 men are on with 1 out. Braddock looking for a ground ball to get him out of the inning. And that one misses inside. Alfonso Soriano on deck. Pitcher spot due up next for Chicago. A late call of time.
And Baker stood in there as long as he could and finally decided to call time. Good idea by Braddock just to freeze him a bit. Make him stand there and wait.
And Braddock puts one right by him. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, well placed. And Baker is gone on strikes.
He tried to come in there a couple of different times. He got the strike on the 1-0 count. Then he tried to bust him inside, just barely off the inside corner. This time getting him to swing at it. Looked like a strike. And Baker comes up empty.
Well, here's a matchup for you. The young Braddock against Alfonso Soriano. And Ken Maka is going to make the change here. So another pitching change. And a double switch for Maka. He's going to play a matchup with Alfonso Soriano coming up. A lot of pitching. As Ken Maka goes to his 3rd pitcher of the inning. Carlos Villanueva will come on to pitch. And he'll face Alfonso Soriano with 2 men aboard.
Well, the numbers for Villanueva have been tremendous. 40 strikeouts in 31 innings. He's been able to throw a lot of strikes, only 13 walks, and only 2 home runs allowed in 29 appearances. Got a big out to get with Alfonso Soriano with 2 outs.
Zach Braddock strikes out Jeff Baker. And now Villanueva to face Soriano. Soriano started yesterday's game. His only start of the series. He did come off the bench on Tuesday night and drive in the go-ahead run on a ground out. That was the night the Brewers came right back in the bottom of the ninth, and Casey McGee delivered with the 2 RBI game-ending hit. As you see, Counsell in the game at short on the double switch. Yesterday, Soriano was hitless in 4 plate appearances. He was 0 for 3 with a walk. He also scored a run. Comes in with 9 homers, 29 runs batted in, and a .283 batting average. Strike. Snuck a fastball by him.
And Alfonso Soriano thinks that's inside, but if it's called a strike today, believe me, it's a strike. Right on the inside corner. Good pitch by Villanueva. Soriano very dangerous. Breaking pitches on the outer half. He's a good low ball hitter. You can get him to chase, though, with 2 strikes.
Lucroy on his toes behind the plate, and now Lucroy wants to visit with Villanueva.
Now time to be bounce a curveball, bounce a slider. Be careful with a changeup up in the zone.
As Lucroy gets more and more innings behind the plate, these meetings at the mound will be less frequent. You see Soriano standing right on top of home plate. That's why he covers the outside corner so well. The 1-2 pitch. And he lines one to left. Braun is over. He's got it. Soriano hit it well, but right at Braun, and the inning is over. Villanueva strands a pair. We're still tied. The sac fly was Dave Bush who drove in the run for the Brewers. Ryan Theriot had a base hit that plated a run as well. Casey McGee on an interesting play ended up being a back and forth rundown on 2 different locations. Weeks ended up scoring what would be the go-ahead run, but then Xavier Nady, a 2-run homer to put the Cubs on top. Nady's home run came in the 6th. The Brewers tied it in the bottom of the 6th inning after a 2-out error by Starlin Castro. And a bases loaded walk from Ryan Braun. So here we sit 4-4, bottom 8. Sean Marshall, the Cubs setup man, is on the pitch.
Yeah, having a tremendous year is Sean Marshall. 5-2, a 186 or 184 earned run average. We saw him in yesterday's ball game, and outstanding work by the Cubs left-hander.
Soriano stays in to play the left. And Counsell leads things off. Counsell, Edmonds, and Weeks. Brewers need a run, then they'd like to turn it over to their closer. Well, we're at the point of the game now where it is going to be a final at-bat win for someone once again. See John Axford tucked in the corner. Brewers wanted their final at-bat on Tuesday night. Casey McGee had the game-winning hit. Drove in 2 runs. Counsell cues one off the glove of Tracy. He recovers and throws him out. 1 gone. Stayed with it and gets the out.
Well, good athletic play by Chad Tracy, who so far has had a rough day at the office. Pretty much even with the bag, knocks it down, but right to him. And Counsell and out at first base. Almost had it in the glove, but 1 hop right back in the glove.
Ramos Ramirez on the DL. Tracy getting the start at third here today. Edmonds fouls one away. Edmonds has been a tick late as well. He's 0 for 4 today, batting in the leadoff spot for the first time since August 3rd of '99 when he was playing for the Angels. This is only the 23rd game in his career that he's hit in the leadoff spot, and the previous 22 were for the Angels. So this is a spot of the batting order he has not known in a long time, over a decade.
Well, Ken Maga said he wants to get his on-base percentage hitters up there in the top of the order, and Jim Edmonds not afraid to take a walk.
Castro again, and Edmonds beats it out. Jim Edmonds hustling down the line at 40 years of age.
Yeah, that'll be a base hit. What else can it be? Well, Castro laying back on that ground ball. Once again, I think considering it to be a routine out. Nothing routine out there on the field. He's just going to lay back, wait for the hop, that back by the outfield grass, and Jim Edmonds able to beat it at first base. We'll credit Edmonds with a base hit.
Well, remember, it was Edmonds on a ground ball to Castro and a throwing error by Castro that opened up the run in the 6th that got this game tied. Now an infield hit, and here's Weeks. Ricky doubled in the 3rd inning. He's been on base all 4 times in this game. A double and 3 walks as a run scored. Weeks is second on the club in homers, has 10 this year. That double he hit in the 3rd inning was his 10th double of the season, so double digits in both categories now.
Now the Brewers are where they want to be. They have a man on base with the big boys coming up. As you mentioned, Ricky's done a nice job getting on base last couple of days. Interesting, though, that John Axford not getting loose in that bullpen. It might be being away of his inning, even if the Brewers take the lead. Ordinarily, the closer would be up moving around.
Cubs are at the bottom of their batting order in the 9th. Starlin Castro, and then the pitcher spot, or rather Hill, the catcher, batting in the 9 spot, and then to the top in Fukudome. 2 balls and a strike. In there, 2-2. Sean Marshall, he's pitched well out of Pinella's bullpen this year. Not just a matchup pitcher anymore for Pinella. He is his setup man.
And he has been locating his fastball very well this year. We saw that in yesterday's game. Keeping it down on the corners. He's always had that big curveball that he's able to go to, and his slider's been pretty good. So he's got 4 pretty good pitches working for him right now.
And unusual to see a left-handed sinker from Marshall. He has a good one that'll tail away from a right-handed hitter. You don't really associate most lefties with sinker balls. Got a lefty coming up next in Fielder. Marshall has not allowed a home run all season. And Weeks, a half swing, throw to first. Edmonds is safe. Weeks is out at the plate. So Marshall strikes him out for out number 2.
Yeah, Ricky did go on that. Couldn't hold up. Marvin Hudson made the call on his own. There's that slider we were talking about. Ricky tried to check his swing. Marvin Hudson rings him up and pretty close at first base.
All right, so 2 gone. Here's Fielder. Fielder's been looking for that big hit for a long time. In the dirt, good play by Hill. That's a big play. It keeps Edmonds from taking second base and putting a Brewer into scoring position. One and one. Fielder disagrees.
Pretty close, it looked like.
Cubs have their shift on for Fielder. Even with a runner at first, they've got Terrio in the outfield grass and Fukudome very deep in right. See the shortstop Castro on the right side.
Yeah, as a second baseman, you can get only as deep as the foot speed of the hitter that you have the shift on. You can tell, I think the Cubs are confident, as deep as Terrio is, that even if he has to range right or left, he's going to be able to get Prince. That's as deep as anybody's been out there at second base for Prince Fielder.
1 and 2 on Prince. Well, right where Terrio is standing now, Fielder hit one to him yesterday in the 5th inning. Would have been a base hit in most defensive alignments, but with Fielder up there, it was a 4-3 ground out. Two strikes, 2 outs, and Prince is gone. Marshall with that sweeping breaking ball. Inning is over. The Brewers get a base runner, but strand him at first. And we're headed to the 9th, still tied at 4.
Brewers have stranded 11.
Now Villanueva back on the mound for the Brew Crew as we head to the 9th in a tie game. Starlin Castro leads off. Castro at the plate here today is 1 for 3. Was robbed of a hit. Jim Edmonds a diving catch in the 3rd inning. He singled and scored in the 5th. Made a costly error for the Cubs in the 6th that led to a run. Good breaking ball from Villanueva, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, that's been his pitch this year. He has had good command of that curveball and really has been able to throw in a lot of different counts, even behind in the count. The curveball and the changeup, the slider have all been good for him, and he's very particular as to when he throws the fastball.
Got him. Villanueva strikes him out on 3 pitches. And Castro takes an extra look at Marvin Hudson.
Well, as the game's going on, that strike zone's gotten a little bit bigger. Good job by Jonathan Lucroy holding it, framing it for Marvin Hudson, making it look good. And rings him up. A little bit too close to take with 2 strikes.
Here's Coy Hill. And a liner, that's a base hit. Squeezes one through. So Coy Hill, his first hit, just his second at bat.
Well, first pitch swinging on a fastball in on him. It was supposed to be away and fights it off into center field.
All right, Fukudome now for the Cubs. Marmol if the Cubs have the lead. Bob Howry if this game is still tied as we go to the bottom of the 9th. And guess who's leading off for the Brewers? Ryan Braun.
They have history.
Braun and Howry. You go back to the 08 season. The big home run, one of the biggest ever hit at Miller Park. Braun hit the home run on the final day of the year in the 8th inning to give the Brewers the lead and a win that would ultimately send them to the postseason and a wild card berth. Slow roller. Lucroy pounces. The throw is in time. Good strong throw and a good spot for Fielder to make the catch. Fukudome is out. The Cubs put the go-ahead run in scoring position now, but 2 away for Villanueva.
Well, quick as a cat, able to bounce out there. Watch how Lucroy, when he grabs his baseball, actually jams it into the ground. You want to make sure you have a good grip on it. He takes a crow hop to clear the runner and a nice throw to Prince.
You like what you see from Lucroy. This guy, he's got a chance to be a good one.
Yeah, good fundamentals.
So there's Hill at second base. And the dangerous Ryan Theriot coming up. Tough spot on the batting order for Villanueva. Theriot batting with Marlon Byrd on deck. Theriot has 3 hits today.
Now this is the guy you want right here. You got a man at second. You don't have to deal with Marlon Byrd. The outfield, particularly Jim Edmonds, very, very shallow. I don't think I've ever seen a center fielder as shallow as Edmonds is right now.
He's got a chance to throw out Hill at the plate on a base hit.
I mean, Jim Edmonds right now is where you would normally see an outfielder with a pitcher up there.
Strike on the corner. Villanueva goes back to the breaking ball and is ahead of Theriot 0-2. Now, all three Brewers outfielders with good arms. Hart has the best arm of the three in right. Edmonds is the most accurate of the three. So base hit, not a given that a run scores. The free swinging Ryan Theriot. 2-strike pitch.
And just wasting that fastball just to give Theriot something else to look at. He's going to try and get him out away. With the breaking pitch, he's got to make sure you get it down in the zone. Right now, Theriot thinking right field. That's what he does with 2 strikes.
Theriot has 2 hits to center field today and an infield hit that he pulled over to third. Bouncer, McGee, nice big hop for him. The throw in time. Villanueva is out of it. Still tied as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Ryan Braun will lead off. Today, the final game of the series, and the Brewers trying to win this series with a victory here today. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning, and Bob Howry is on the pitch for the Cubs. Started the year in Arizona, was let go. The Cubs picked him up, and he's been good out of their bullpen. The numbers don't tell the whole story for Howry this season in Chicago.
No, much better against the Chicago Cubs, but I should say for the Chicago Cubs, but overall not very good. Mike Fontenot now at second base. So Lou Piniella has basically emptied his bench. Only Derek Lee left.
Well, this recreates the matchup from the 2008 season. Braun against Howry. One of the greatest moments in franchise history. Brewers fans would love to see a repeat performance here. As Braun pops it up. Well, Braun is out of sorts at the plate right now. You don't see him swing at pitches like that very often, but he's gone, and Braun is now 0 for 11 on the homestand. All right, so McGee now with 1 gone. Back on Tuesday night, McGee won the game with a 2 RBI single against the Cubs. And another breaking ball. McGee out in front of it.
Yeah, Howry's not going to give the Brewers anything to pull. If you're going to take him deep, you're going to have to go to right. You got Ryan Braun to chase a slider. He popped up, and that was a slider first pitch to Casey McGee.
Well, take you back to Tuesday night. Casey McGee continuing the final at-bat trend as he battled it out against Carlos Marmol. Drove in 2 runs. Weeks and Fielder scored. The Brewers come back to win Tuesday night. A thrilling game here to start this series. Bouncing ball to short. Castro makes a play for out number 2. So 2 outs. And a home run hitter, Corey Hart, coming up. Well, for Bob Howery, it's been 7 games and now 5 2/3 innings without allowing a run for the Cubs. Had an ERA over 10 with Arizona this year. Hard to figure. Hart has already homered in this game. And a strike on the outside corner. Second inning with 1 out. Corey Hart to straightaway center field. Bangs home run number 16, the National League leader in that category. Put the Brewers on the board. Going back to the last homestand, the Brewers have had 3 final at-bat wins in their last 6 games. So 3 of the last 6 here at Miller Park. Hart had a home run against the Mets that started it. Remember that great matchup between Gallardo and Santana? It was Hart in the 9th who hit the home run that won it for the Brewers. A 4-2 homestand for Milwaukee. Took the series from the Astros and then took 2 out of 3 from the Mets. Trying to do the same against the Cubs here today. Hart, a lazy pop up into right. And that ball falls. And Hart is on his way to second. Oh my goodness. Miscommunication between Bird and Fukudome. And Corey Hart is in at second base with a double.
That's just terrible. That's just terrible defense. I mean, both of them looked at each other. Nobody wanted it. Nobody got it. And now a base hit wins the game for the Brewers. That's inexcusable. Usually Marlon Bird's flying all over the outfield. A can of corn out there in right center. Nobody goes for it. And drops for a double for Corey Hart. He'll take it. And so will the Brewers. Corey ends up at second base.
So the winning run in scoring position. And a very fast base runner in Corey Hart.
See some awful lackadaisical defense by the Cubs today.
2 costly errors, and this could be a costly misplay. Doesn't go as an error, but certainly a ball that should have been caught. Lucroy a chance to win it. What a spot for him right here. Lucroy has a hit here today. He singled his first time up. 1 for 4. 6 for 19 at the plate as a big leaguer. That's a .316 average. And a slider that missed. 2 balls, no strikes.
Now they got first base open. Jonathan Lucroy has put together some pretty good at-bats. He's only got 1 at-bat to show for it. You've got Gomez on deck. Only 2 players available for Ken Maka. Carlos Gomez and George Kataris.
The Brewers rookie catcher got a chance to send 36,000 home happy. Hart has a big lead at second base. And a strike. Howery hits the outside corner for strike one. Bob Howery in a tie game. Bottom of the ninth. Inning should be over. As Lucroy fouls it back, and it's 2-2.
Love how he came up and in the first time he's come in for a strike in this inning. Lucroy a little bit late. He's been getting a lot of mileage out of his slider in this inning. It's been a good one. I'd be surprised to see one right now.
Looks like Axford will have the 10th if it goes that far. Lucroy could end it right here. 2-2 the count. And he popped him up. Starlin Castro makes a catch. The inning is over, and we are headed for extras. So the mistake in the outfield doesn't hurt Bob Howery. And we go to the 10th. Beef jerky, feed your wild side. Back at Miller Park as we head to the 10th inning, and the bullpen, you know, things didn't start out so well for them. They were locked out. Jimmy John's delivery of the game. They have overcome adversity, though. Cameron Lowe, he went an inning and a third of scoreless baseball. Just one hit. Zach Braddock struck out his only batter faced. And Carlos Villanueva, he was outstanding here today. An inning and a third, no runs, just one hit allowed. And here we are in the 10th, and the Brewers send up John Axford to face the Cubs' Marlon Byrd. Normally the closer. Axford comes in a tie ball game once again.
The Jimmy John's delivery of the game was actually the guy that opened up the door, right?
To let him in the bullpen.
Right. 12th appearance for Axford. He's been very good. He's been throwing hard. He's got a good overhand curveball, 16 punch-outs in 13 innings, and has not surrendered a home run.
Axford came on in a tie game on Tuesday night. Gave up a run. The Cubs took the lead, but the Brewers scored twice in the bottom of the ninth, and Axford picked up his second career Major League win. Trying to hold serve here. 4-4 as we play in the 10th. Marlon Byrd takes strike one. Cubs are 3-1. The Brewers 2-3 in extra innings this season. Byrd lines one to center field. Edmonds plays it on a hop, and lucky that didn't get by him. Man, this guy is a hitting machine, Marlon Byrd.
A 96-mile-an-hour fastball that he turns around and whacks right back through the middle. quick bat from Marlon Byrd with not a lot of movement on the lower half. This little tap with the heel and the front foot. And a line drive to center field. Lucky right there. Jim Edmonds. Good thing that ball didn't scoot on him. It would have gone to the wall. It would have been a triple.
Well, here's Chad Tracy now. Cubs have their leadoff batter aboard in Bird. Tracy trying to bunt him over. A pop up, and it's caught, then dropped. The throw to second for one. McGee had the right idea.
That's a good trade, though. You'd rather have Chad Tracy at first base than Marlon Byrd. Byrd with good speed, Tracy not so much.
I think if McGee had to do it all over again, he would have made the throw to first base, but not knowing where Byrd was in the picture.
You just want to make sure you get that lead out. I mean, once you drop it, you don't want to make matters worse by throwing to first and all of a sudden not knowing where Byrd is. You go to second right away.
So it goes 5-4, the out at second base, and Tracy is the base runner at first now. Nady hit a 2-run homer in the 6th that put the Cubs on top.
Yep, slider. I think Lucroy thought that was going to be in the dirt.
Didn't have as much slide as he thought. Runner takes off, and a hit and run is on as Nady fouls it away. There's a high comfort level with the battery right now, and Lucroy and Axford.
Something went awry there. Lou wasn't happy about something.
I think Lou gave the signal for the home run, and a hit and run was put on instead.
So what, are you kidding me? They're going to hit and run with Chad Tracy and Xavier Nady?
Exactly.
What am I, nuts?
Who does that? See, that's where Lou Pinella's broadcasting background comes into play. He knows that's up for discussion.
Right.
So he makes sure he diverts the attention. That wasn't my call.
I've been around too long to be doing something like that.
2 balls and a strike on Nady. Ooh, put a fastball by him. 96 miles an hour from Axford. 2-2 the count. Well, does he come right back to it? Nady has not shown he can catch up to Axford's fastball.
Yep, climb the ladder or bounce a curveball.
Breaking ball, chopper, Weeks coming in. Only play is first. 2 outs, but the Cubs put a runner in scoring position. Tracy now at second, representing the go-ahead run.
Having a pesky left-handed hitter at the plate, Mike Fontenot. He's one of these guys that, the Brewers have been able to handle so far in this series, but he's always given the Brewers trouble. And a good curveball getting Xavier Nady by Axford. It's these contact hitters in these situations that scare you the most.
Fontenot batting an even 300 this year. Has 120 at-bats. He's been a role player this season for the Cubs. Started the year in a second base platoon with Jet Baker. Then they brought Starlin Castro up to play short. That moved Terrio to second. And he's been in a platoon at third base here lately. Runner at second in a 4-4 game. Fontenot fouls it away. Rock mentioned his success against the Brewers over his career. This is a guy with a career batting average slightly under 300, but a career batting average against the Brewers at 340.
And be careful on fastballs. He likes to slice them down that left field line.
2-1. Not a given that Tracy will score on a base hit.
Yeah, outfield not very deep. You don't expect Fontenot to hit the ball over your head, making it a bit easier to make that throw to home plate.
2-1 with 2 outs. 3 balls and a strike. Well, you got Soriano on deck. Hitters count for Fontenot. And did he go? They'll ask. No, he didn't, says the base umpire. Darryl Cousins says he checked his swing. Looked like he might have gone through. Fontenot walks. First and second now for Alfonso Soriano.
Interesting, philosophy right there for the Brewers. They pitch very carefully to Mike Fontenot and bring Soriano to the plate, who's been swinging the bat pretty well.
Well, it was Soriano against Axford on Tuesday night. Soriano plated the run on a ground out. He hit one right off the end of the bat, and it delivered the run, but it was an out. But it did put the Cubs on top. 2 on with 2 out. Soriano, a mighty hack. Boy, coming out of his shoes right there.
Yeah, he went. That backswing by Soriano got a piece of Jonathan that time.
Cubs might have gotten a break there with Fontenot. Soriano into center. Edmonds is there. Inning over. Axford gets through the 10th. We head to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 4. Bob Howry still on the mound for the Cubs. Marmol was loosening in the bullpen in case the Cubs had taken the lead, but instead Howry continues. And Carlos Gomez will lead off. He'll pinch hit for Axford. The Brewers bullpen today has been terrific. Cameron Lowe and Zach Braddock, Carlos Villanueva, and now John Axford. No runs. Gomez coming off the bench. And both managers have a clearinghouse on that bench at this point.
One each.
Remember, Piniella has already used his backup catcher, and that's all that's left for Kevin Maka. Trevor Hoffman will have the 11th.
Well, the Brewers certainly in better shape as far as bullpen goes. 4 left for the Brewers.
Three balls and no strikes on Gomez. Gomez not a batter that walks very often. And he might be taking twice here. Howry misses badly. Walked him on 4 straight. The free swinging Carlos Gomez, and now the Brewers have a base stealer at first.
And Craig Counsell coming up. Nobody better at handling the bat than Counsell. You might see a hit and run. You might see a straight steal. And you might see a bunt.
Gomez walking for just the 7th time all year. Has 8 stolen bases this season. He's only been caught once. And Howry, knowing all that, checks on him at first.
Yeah, Coy Hill, throwout percentage of 15%, 2 for 13. And neither one of the Cubs catchers have done a very good job throwing out base runners this year.
Counsell's second at bat came in on a double switch and grounded out his first time up. Well, the Brewers have come under fire lately. Not able to get a bunt down in key situations. Counsell a good bunter. A lot of extra early work for the Brewer hitters, especially those that bunt. Counsell takes a ball.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, take some more. That's 6 straight by Bob Howard.
And that'll bring a visit from Larry Rothschild.
And you let him swing away on a 2-0 pitch. Last thing you want is a double play. Harry, a sinker baller, and when he's right, gets a lot of ground balls.
Larry Rothschild doing all the talking there. Cubs pitching coach. Howry has not been scored upon as a Cub this year, as we mentioned last inning. Brewers are trying to change all that. So 6 straight balls for Howry to start this bottom of the 10th.
Counsell might be up there just to take a pitch now. I doubt he's going to bunt a 2-0 pitch. Make him throw one.
He squares. Gomez takes off. Counsell bunts it, and Gomez doesn't stop. The throw is over the head of Hill. It is into the stands, and Gomez scores. The Brewers win it again in their final at-bat.
Well, how about that? He did drop down the 2-0 pitch. He dropped it down beautifully. And how about Gomez? The speed of Gomez never slowed down around third base. And the third error by the Cubs costs them, so the Brewers take the series 3-1. Good ball game here. Or I should say 2-1.
Well, with 2 home runs hit in today's game, a total of $21,000 has been raised in our game for prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 1-800-798-CURE or go online to pcf.org. Rock, that was a play that was called from the dugout. The bunt, third baseman covers. Gomez never stops. forces the throw from Nady, who had elbow surgery last year. And it ends up as a game winner and a last at-bat win.
The problem for the Cubs was that Hill did not go to third base right away. That's why Gomez took off the third. Had he done that, he would have stayed at second base.
All right, let's kick it down to Telly Hughes with Carlos Gomez. Telly?
Thanks so much, B.A. Carlos. We saw that you never slowed down when you were taking off the steal. Was that a play that was called from the bench?
No, I think it's a steal and 2-0. 2-ball, and I say, no. I think I got a chance to steal the base for this guy. And then when I'm in second, cancel bunt. And he bunt right away, and I look real quick to third base, and I don't see nobody there. I'm keep going, and that's how we win right now.
When you come off the bench like that, you're obviously just looking to make something happen, and you were able to by just drawing a walk. But once Craig was able to get that bunt down, was there any chance you were going to stop at second base?
No. Soon I saw he bunt. I know the third base is going to break in because they play in this situation like fulfill the bunt. And, that's why I say if because of bunt, I'm going to be in third. If not, I'm going to be in second because I'm going to steal the bases. And come in the night like this, a pinch hit, and lead off his bat, I try to get on base, throw me anything for hit, and that's my opportunity to win the game.
Thanks for your time and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that's Carlos Gomez with a game-winning run tonight, and the Brewers win the series over the Cubs. And for a preview of Brewers Live, let's send it up to Craig Kashawn.
All right, Telly, good stuff. How about the speed of Carlos Gomez? The Brewers manufacture a nice win here against the Cubs to win the series. We've got a kids instructional on the way. We'll hear from Ken Maka and Telly back into that Brewer clubhouse after a series win.